to Team Bliss, which won the OCE qualifier.
Yeah, so Team Bliss has been around for a while now. They were oftentimes second place to Fury last year. So Insight, the great IGL for Fury and other teams, has really found his groove with these guys. They look really good. And then also you have Senjo, which is an interesting team, kind of the new up-and-comers, but they also have some veterans on there like Linksy. This is a guy who's bounced around between regions and now has found himself a home here and is back in PCS6.
So now it's time for Americas. Same as last year, 12 teams have advanced from the PCS6 regional playoff, and the last 4 tickets was decided by the last chance qualifiers. Let's look through the Latin American teams first. So Akrashe won the regional playoff in Latin America.
Yeah, they've looked really good all of a sudden. I mean, to be frank, you know, I was starting to worry a bit about this team. It just didn't look good, and now all of a sudden, like, they're great, and this is really exciting for them. I really hope that this team can show us a good performance. Yeah, so coming in second place in the region was 22 Esports. I think a name on that team that people are gonna know is Hazatin. He's been around in the PUBG esports scene for quite some time, so this Brazilian squad really looking good. Coming in next was Trogloditas, a team that I think has a lot of potential. Of course, you've got the Latin American legend Rusty Zera on there, as well as Necro AQN. So this is a team that is full of veteran experienced players. Then came AKM. This is a pretty interesting team in that there's one player that has really had any kind of experience in PUBG esports. It's Ali RV. And then the rest of the team is relatively unknown. And then the same with the Yellow Jackets, a team of unknowns in their region who came through the open qualifiers to now qualify for PCS6 Americas.
The team that got the last ticket was Just Too Easy. Familiar name here, Ragnar.
Yeah, really excited, of course, to have him back. The personality that he brings is always a lot of fun to have.
And we have 10 North American teams here, 6 from the regional playoff and 4 from the last chance qualifier. Let's start with Yahoo, who won the regional playoff.
Yeah, I think Yahoo is definitely a team, of course, that you have to keep your eye on. I mean, Bale Frost, Punaj, Shinboy, and of course Sparking, who has once again kind of risen to another level himself. He had the most kills during the qualifier. This team, certainly scary.
Yeah, I really like the team logo, the cute chicken. I wonder who drew it. And next is Bing Bang Boom. It's consisted of the old Space Station Gaming member.
I think this is a team full of a lot of really smart young players. Roth, Keenan as well, a former IGL Oldless, and then of course Sharpshot, a guy who at times has been arguably the best fragger in Americas, so really excited for these guys going forward.
And next coming up is Gaskins, Guadalajara Gaskins, always hard to pronounce it. This team has always performed well in the PCS Americas, and I heard that Waikikamukau has transferred to this team.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of my favorite players. His name is really, really fun to say, of course, but joining Waikikamukau on the gas cans, of course, Nikos, Greg Shot, and then their IGL Adam, who's also the brother of Coach Did, so from FaZe. So this is a really interesting team, a really smart team that has improved rapidly. You know, Waikikamukau said they struggled a little bit earlier. Now they look great.
And there's one more team that picked up the old Fury member, is E United, coming back to PUBG esports scenes in a long time. They picked up the old Oath members, along with Flood, who showed aggressive and impressive plays in PGC 2021.
Yeah, I think this goes to show you why Fury was doing so well at PGC. They're a stacked roster with a lot of really good players. Oath as well had phenomenal results at the end of last year. I mean, they were constantly pushing the envelope at every event. So this is a team that you have to watch out for. They absolutely could pop off and win the event.
Yeah, I think if they have more time to play together, I think they can get much better.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of teams that have played together for a while, STK is also coming in here. Once again, the veterans, consistency. What else can you say about this team? They're amazing. They're just constantly getting it done, constantly placing top 5 at events. So, you know, another team you can never ever count out. And the last team to come through the qualifiers was 300, a team that's been pretty consistent, pretty fun to watch. Neferhor and Extreme on this team, 2 really good players from Australia. It's been a very consistent, very solid team for the last year.
So in North America, there was the surprising news that Soniqs, aka PGI's champion, did not qualify in the regional playoff, but managed to get that last ticket in the last chance qualifier. What happened to Soniqs?
Well, I mean, look, every team sometimes has, bad days, bad weeks, whatever. The Soniqs, it has been a little bit rough and tumble for them since their PGIS win. Just doesn't seem like they're quite gelling again yet. They're quite on the same page. I mean, the rule format change again. A lot of these things could be coming into play, but certainly the Soniqs are a force to be reckoned with.
I found out that Dressel is a sub-member of Soniqs. What do you think about that?
Well, Dressel just can't stay out of PUBG Esports. I mean, how could you not, right?
So maybe we can expect him play in PCS6 Americas?
Maybe. I mean, I'd always like to see Dressel play. He's a great bolter. I'm a big fan, but the Soniqs have a really stacked roster. Moving on, there is also Dodge again. They're a really, really good team. Cherry, he's always been a competitor in the Americas region, a very strong one. Then up Nootropic, a pretty interesting team here with Hello Senpai and some others putting together one Lata as well from the former 300 squad. And last but not least, the Rumblers. I mean, they're a fun team to watch. They're great dudes. Los, Waldo, Valiate, and Corsac this time coming in. I'm really excited for this team as always. They're gonna be fun no matter what.
So today we were able to break down the 32 teams from 2 regions first in details because we divided into 2-2. So I hope the fans could also enjoy the full month of PCS6.
Yeah, I really like this format a lot. Now you can kind of focus on a couple regions at a time, and then, eventually you'll get to see Asia and Europe. You just got to be a little bit more patient.
Yeah, Pick'em Challenge is also back for PCS6. This time, due to the changed format, PCS6 Americas and APAC Pick'em Challenge opened first in April 6th. So don't miss out the Pick'em Challenge. Support your team by purchasing the PCS6 exclusive items. And again, here's our pick. PCS6 APAC and Americas are kicking off in April 15th with 32 amazing teams performing.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really, really excited for, of course, our teams that we've seen all the time, but we've got a lot of new players, a lot of young talent up and coming, so you guys definitely want to check this out.
So don't miss out the PCS6 APAC and Americas, and we'll be back with the information about PCS6, Europe, and Asia after the qualifier is over, so don't miss that episode 2. We'll be back soon. And don't forget to like and subscribe.
살려줘. 그거 다 죽었다. 진짜 미치겠다.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Crafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
Trên một con xe, và đây là con xe Dacia nha. Góc bắn nó sẽ rất thoải mái thôi. Và đây là một quả đấy, quá đẹp đến Hải Saki. Gần như cứ knock out hết hoàn toàn đội của Senzo. Đó là knock out hết. Đổ cả xe.
Just hears it now, just rounding that corner. Ragnar inside the smokes, but I mean, throwables are just going to finish this out real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this was the problem we knew for Just Too Easy. I mean, they were on that south side. As soon as Troglodytes took this spot over, it was pretty much GG for Just Too Easy. Yep, there you go. It's cleaned up. Troglodytes will get.
กับทางหน้าของ TX เป็นเฮ้ย
มาดูก่อนนะตรงนี้ท่านผู้ชมว่าไฟท์ใหญ่แน่นอนครับผมมิชชั่นในมาเช็ดหมดเลย
เฮ้ย
แล้วโดดลงมาเจมเอ้าปาอะไรอ่ะ
ไม่ giờ chưa còn tính điểm hạng thôi thì họ đã rất sát với các điểm unicorn cũng đáng. Còn ở đây đó là sóc lọ làm đôi đến từ triple kill dành cho Sology. Một tiếng công nhà đến từ Luxurious 1v4 và bây giờ nó là 1v1 rồi. Tham Minh hơi dài đẩy ra.
There you go. Corsac gonna find the opening one on the VHZ. LFP is just a fish in the water right now. RBN also knocked within an inch of his life.
Elliot's just playing with his food right now. There you go. Gets one of them. LFP just around the other corner. Does lose vision on it, but gonna eventually reveal.
Tell that they are pretty busted. More utility just being traded back and forth between Rumblers and Bing Bang Boom. It's like it's, oh no, sharp shot!
Đã lùi thì đã nằm trước đó rồi. Glory chờ sẵn mình ta sấy về phía team Extron này nè. Người vừa rớt xe đó là Trick. Và bây giờ Glory không có thông tin nhưng sau tình huống nhám rồi anh ta đã biết được kill ở đâu rồi. Neil đang bị rung súng và anh ta không thể nào sấy được về phía Glory. Double knockout cho Glory. Hoàn toàn có thể là triple và đây là một tình huống clear squad cho Glory.
Out of the long compound. United decided Nootropic first. We need to eliminate them so we can give all of our focus to Yahoo to get in safely. Nootropic fall down very quickly, and now that information that
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the PUBG Hall of Fame. As a player dreaming to become the PGC champion, I'll give you a quick tour. Let's take a look around. As it contains the history of PUBG Esports, there is no better place to feel the atmosphere of PGC 2022, which will be held at the end of this year. Are you guys excited for the upcoming events? Over here, there's an empty space. That's for the PGC 2022 champions. But teams must prep for the upcoming PCS6, the first step in the road to PGC 2022. Let's take a closer look. APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe. These are the 4 regions for PCS6 starting in April. From 2022, PCS will be held for 4 weeks. APAC and America kick off the first 2 weeks, and Asia and Europe take place in the following 2 weeks. We had 2 days of matches per week last year, but now we will have 3 consecutive match days each week so you can enjoy PCS6 even more. For 2022, PCS will be held under the Super Point rule, just like PGC 2021. In 2021 PCS event, there was a weekly winner with prize money every week, and the champion was determined by the total prize money at the end. From PCS6, the champion will be decided by total points from all 30 matches. Total prize pool is $1 million. This will be divided into the 4 regions, each having $250,000 as a regional prize pool. Prize money distribution differs from each region, so please check out PUBGesports.com for further information. Our special prizes are back this year, consisting again of Kill Leader, Insane Squad, and All PCS Team. You can also support teams by adding on to the crowdfunding prize pool by purchasing PCS6 exclusive Pick'em Challenge items. As PCS events are a necessary step in the road to PGC, teams will not only be winning prize money, but also be receiving PGC points based on their performances in PCS events. And only the top 32 teams with the most PGC points will make it to PGC 2022. As we take our first major steps towards PGC 2022, who will come out ahead at PCS6? I'm so excited for this PCS, and I hope you are too. Don't miss out on PCS6, and we'll be back again for PCS7. See you then.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and give it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 APAC. My name is Shunks. I am joined by the one and only Sagi. UK, APAC, worldwide, global, whatever it is right now. I'll tell you what, it's all about APAC because last week brought us some real action, and now we have 15 more matches this weekend left to go. So much more action still to come.
That's it. With the Continental series, we throw you right in at the deep end with Asia Pacific, known historically as one of the most aggressive regions in PUBG as a whole, and they've certainly lived up to that expectation here.
Absolutely, they have. You can see the leaderboards, how things are currently stacking up. Daytrade have just kind of ran away with things at the top half, but ever since they kind of hit that 5 wins point, things have really slowed for them. I'm wondering whether we're going to see a bit of a change coming into tonight.
I gotta say, things have slowed down in terms of picking up the chicken dinners, but in terms of gathering the points, they've still been absolutely on it. Unicorn Phoenix, though, it was a bit of a 2-horse race at the start, but they definitely have taken their foot off the gas pedal, allowed the likes of Teraton 5 with that massive consistency that they've been coming through, which is unusual as they are a relatively young team, only been together about 6 months, their first international event for the vast majority of these players. In fact, remember, Pat and Pong only turned 18 days before PCS began, so to see them up in the top 3 and very close to pushing for a top 2 finish by the end of today is great to see.
Really impressive indeed. We got to show that OC bias though. Bliss still up there. That clutch from Insight last week it made my heart beat a lot faster. It was impressive. But here we go. This is the all-important PGC points. This is what everyone is really here for. Sure, cash is good, but glory just is even better. So getting to that global championship is what all these teams are fighting for. Getting a combination of PCS6 and PCS7 and getting both of them as strong placements, you're going to be in a really good position going forward to get your spot at that global event.
Yeah, and it's not only the PGC points, but also in the prize pool, things drop off very quickly after first place. So if you really want to be securing your spot early at PGC at the end of the year, being first place like Daytrade currently are, by a wide margin as well, is a wonderful, wonderful position to find yourself sat in. But there's still 15 games and a lot of strong competition there to try and steal away the points. A couple of latecomers in towards the top end of the party as well. Cerberus yet to even pick up a single winner chicken dinner, but you know what, they've been stacking up those points nonetheless. They're up there as well, just over 100, and with 15 games left to go, it's still very realistic that several of these teams could try and close that gap, but Daytrade have to drop the ball today for that to be realistic.
Sagi, you know my favorite thing about casting APAC is how get through these pre-shows and get into the action. Here we go, game number 1 getting underway. I believe we're kicking things off with Miramar tonight, then we're going to be switching over to Wrangle later in the evening. And a little bit of information for anyone who maybe didn't catch all of last week. As far as I'm aware, the hot drops on Miramar appear to have slowed down quite a lot. There isn't anything close to what we saw in Wrangle.
Yeah, I think particularly in the Scrim series that took place prior to the event beginning, most of that on Miramar was sorted out. There was Teraton 5 dropping for Impala with Archangel Predator. They absolutely smashed them in Scrim, so Archangel Predator have ran off tail between their legs. And Alter Ego versus Unicorn Phoenix in the battle for Hacienda, we saw one single attempt at that from Alter Ego. They were wiped out in seconds, and ever since then, they have just given up the ghost and decided that they're going to try to play in a different drop spot, and you can see that they're separating their way out. A nice neutral flight path this time around, so everyone should be completely comfortable with making their way to the drop spot. Shouldn't be too much early game shenanigans coming through, but then again, it's APAC, so of course there's always got to be something.
There's always something. It's going to be Zest landing for a vehicle. He could have gone for the run over, but I think he realizes there's too much loot inside that compound. There's a high probability he's going to get a gun and cause some problems. But no, get in the distance. And, well, as phase 1 pops, it's basically a repeat of what we had last week.
Right down towards the southeast, Puerto Paraíso. This is typically a spot where you would see luxurious esports heading down to do their looting in that vicinity, but this time weren't quite able to make it all the way that far. The flight path starting off over to the west, with Senjo being the earliest to drop out. So luxurious going to be a little bit unhappy with how things have worked out. The fact they're all the way up to the northern side of the map just makes that rotation a bit more of a struggle.
Absolutely, it does. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, we've noticed so much kind of congestion inside these zones, it feels like. It doesn't seem to be the case of, you know, teams are balancing out evenly as maybe you'd expect in other regions. It seems there's one or two very high priority areas. Like if you were to put it on a heat map, it would just be bright red, like 4 or 5 teams all wanting to play the same area at once. And then a lot of open, unused space, it feels like over here. So I'm interested to see how teams are actually going to adjust that, maybe switch up the rotations a little bit. Don't go essential so early, maybe go for a bit more of an edge position, because it feels like a lot of it is everyone crashes in so early on here in APAC, and it leaves a bit of a messy mid game, not much order to it.
Yeah, there's definitely those individual teams that prefer to make moves early on in the game, cut short their looting phase. One that you can already see if you have the map open, PUBG Esports map on Twitch, Cerberus have already started to move. It's only 3 minutes into the game and they're trying to steal the high ground away on the east side of Los Leones, which is a position that Team Bliss have played quite often, both teams competing for those top spots. So an early engagement between the two could be very detrimental for them in the long run.
I gotta say as well, Cerberus being able to be proactive, take those hillsides early on is strong, especially if you look at Sololzi's position and the fact that he is out in that single compound that, at least over in the EU playoffs, we saw used multiple times to great effect. I believe 2 squads won off that in the EU West playoffs. So it's a real power position, and it shows a knowledge of the game and a knowledge of the stronger positions, while still also being aware, okay, Sololzi could get crashed here. We need to be close by to be able to rotate up and actually provide that support when the time comes.
Well, the time seemingly is at least a few minutes away, as most teams yet to start making their rotations. Those that do drop a little bit closer to the edge of the zone, the likes of Attack All Around, who once again on Miramar, no hot drops for the central positions. So Picardo undetained from Attack All Around, they will be able to get out for free and start making their move in. And that's definitely a large part of their points distribution across the maps as well. 49 points across the Miramar games played so far in week number 1, whereas when they're hot dropping on a Wrangle, they've only picked up 18 points in total with 0 placement points. So starting the day off with 3 Miramar games for Attack All Around, you've got to hope that they're coming out strong, getting some momentum in these first 3 matches, and maybe just then you can carry that in if they do continue the hot drop in the final 2 games of the day. And we can see that, well, things are already going a little bit south for the Expendables as Duck Juice falls out of the vehicle.
You mentioned Attack All Around and that not wanting to move mentality that they have. It's almost like a bit of stubbornness from Attack All Around. They didn't want to concede the hot drop. They knew that they could come out on top consistently, but it's always finding that balance, isn't it, of when the time is to back away. And it feels like, for me at least, Attack All Around are one of those squads that maybe are a little bit too stubborn, do linger around a bit too much when it is a hot drop situation and things like that. But when Attack All Around are able to get out of that early game and post themselves up, they're a team that you do not want to go near, because they will be shooting at everything. They love the aggression. They love moving as a unit as well. As we'll maybe move away from that, because the Expendables are going to be getting crashed now. Levi's nicely done onto Trick with the shotgun, but he ends up getting caught from behind. The S12K comes out, finds the damage onto 1, making a second now. It's down to a 1 versus 1. There's still 1 player behind in the compound, but that makes no difference. Levi's is just popping off right now. 9 bullets in the gun, but 3 kills to go with it. But Unicorn Phoenix, they are an aggressive squad. They hear shots, in they come, out comes the nades, and well, this might just be a fight that neither squad wanted to take.
This is a huge warm-up round for Levi's as well, close range with the shotgun. We've been seeing a lot of that in Pachinki on a Wrangle, but already he's in the kill feed 3 times over, solo in the compound. He does actually bring 777 over for a bit of support, but Denial catches him on the way in. Now an additional solo in the compound will be cleaned up as Jun follows suit, but Unicorn Phoenix, they need every single one of these kill points that they can get their hands on. Going aggressive early, it's always been their favored play style. And even if there's no gun registering in the hand of Hungro Ditch, I'm sure he'll be looking for those frags whenever he gets the opportunity. 2 already down as Jun gets dropped through the window by Dat Blue.
Who needs a gun when you got the finger guns to point at someone? Dat Blue flushes out the kill onto June as now they start to push their way through. Levi's going to be holding the back of the long building as Duck Juice looks like he wants to try and get the revive onto his teammate, but it's just going to be a little late. 777 is out of it. Now, the Expendables have already got themselves 4 kill points out of this, so it's not the end of the world, but if you can win a fight against a squad like Unicorn Phoenix, who are known for thriving in these situations, for actually pushing into compounds and being able to take them off teams with relative ease, then you know, you're going to be pretty happy with that game regardless of how many points you get.
I just love to see the fact that there's 3 teams crashing for a whole compound while Sololzy just sits in what you could very much argue is the priority compound completely by himself, taking 3 pot shots over and looking to try and grab whatever damage or points he can get. But Levi's still holding that S12K, still prepared for another bout of the shotgun rounds. He's only got 4 shots left, and Chu is going to make his way up the stairs. Difficult shots to try and land through the bars, but we'll get it done eventually. And now Duck Juice all alone has to try and drop a grenade in. The window is open, and it won't quite go through the doorway as the grenade isn't quite going to reach. Molotov won't spread as far as Chu as he lurks in the staircase, and those shots from Sololzy forcing him back into a defensive position all by himself. Once again, another 1v4 in the compound for Expendables.
That's a really well-placed nade throw. That's 2 in a row, but unfortunately wasn't enough to actually find any knocks. You can even see now Cheeksing looking out to try and find himself a bit of an angle onto this fight. Unicorn Phoenix are pretty settled here as more crashes start to come through. This may be a serious mistake from Magic Esports, but no, they are going to be moving back, maybe heard the footsteps, a couple of shots, and going to be getting over to safety.
Just probing to see what kind of splits they can take without being entirely punished. It's difficult now if you are towards the center of the zone, a lot of congestion. If you're a team that's coming in late, the likes of Teraton 5 or Made in Thailand, both of whom dropped all the way up to the north. I mean, Made in Thailand, they dropped in La Cobraria, came all the way down the west cliff face, and they're now coming in on the south coast. So they've already got their 10,000 miles in for this game as they're on their way around all the way, and there's a lot of free space on the southern side of the zone, just hoping for that south hard shift for phase number 2 to really get the payoff for Teraton 5, hoping for the northern shift, but everyone else straight down the middle, and they're already in a decent spot.
I have to say, it feels like as soon as Circle 2 pops, Impala and those fields around it is just going to be a bloodbath. I mentioned this earlier, teams in APAC love to just kind of gravitate towards a couple of small positions, which we're definitely seeing now. There's so much space that really hasn't been utilized. It looks like, though, there's a reason they wanted to do that, as they just get dead center in the circle. It's really Myth and Senjo who aren't in. Everyone else is just hunkered down.
Yeah, I mean, Teraton 5 have a bit of a decision to make. Do they go for the compounds or try and play the lip of the Labendita crater, which we have seen an ending around there. We also saw a very similar circle to this in the previous game, the final game of the last week's matches, and well, Daytrade held a very strong position, but it was Senja who secured the dub in that game. So definitely hoping to see a repeat, and that's not where you wanted that nade to land, I'm sure, for Duck Juice, but there was no one at the bottom of the staircase to try and capitalize. He will drop another just in case. He's just trying to buy himself some time. Magic, if they do hear this, could consider making a push themselves. They are mounting up in the vehicles, and it looks like they're heading in this direction.
The molly there was perfect, but it looks like now Unicorn Phoenix get ready some of their own. Magic will be rotating past, and of course, Unicorn Phoenix, they're going to shoot at anything that they see move, but they're not able to connect. Magic will be moving away and looking like they want to head into Cerberus. In the end, Duck Juice does go down, and that's the end of the Expendables, but credit to them, 4 kills with an S12K. That's one hell of a way to make a comeback.
Well, BN United are continuing their unfortunate streak of losing players early on. This time not even able to pick up any kill points for it, and definitely not what you want to see for a team that's competing for the top few places. Duckmai opening the proceedings as Petret peeks the wrong side of the rock and gets taken down. It's actually a third party from Unicorn Phoenix that Magic tried to bypass to take down Checksing, and now just one single member standing. It's Leon's Q. He's got a double spray.
He's just got a double spray. He just tapped one of them through the window as they walk past. Now he goes for the third, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Lon's Q, the final player left up. 3 of his teammates down. More players pushing through. It's going to be Hazaki coming in round the back. But, I mean, Unicorn Phoenix, they've already third-partied this fight. It fully wouldn't surprise me to see them just send it in here and just try and clean up these points as well.
Wow, even if they tried, looks like LearnsQ is just on an absolute Terminator tear right now. Hasaki trying to at least claim the kill points those that his teammates were able to knock. He will be able to grab Checksing for free on the outside. Will drop the grenade, but that's not going to help him with those lurking on the inside. Petret has been revived. The grenade will come through. No gun in hand this time around, but LearnsQ finally dropped. One non will be flushed, but he still has to deal with Petret, who has been revived on the inside. And it's a 1v1 when all said and done, which is not the way that we expected things to go with the start Cerberus had, but it will be a continuation of Cerberus unable to pick up a win.
Oh dear, that's not the way Cerberus wanted things to go. We spoke about them earlier as a team that were really starting to make a push for those top spots, that have started to grow themselves a bit of, I'm not sure whether you'd even call it a lead, but a couple of point safety net between them and Bliss that they're looking to grow further. But that's not the way you want to start off the day, and you've really just got to hope it's not a sign of things to come for them. We spoke about attack all around earlier, though, Saga. I'm interested by this split. They're very wide apart. Janky was all the way up by La Bendita, but they really are banking on the fact that this could be a Northern Circle. Also, they realize, hey, we might have to make an entrance into Leonis, and that's no easy feat if you don't have a player nearby.
Oh, there you go. The payoff is directly there. They claim the central high ground position. I'm sure Janku is going to try and at least regroup with Gems, if not Glooms. And Jaya's up on the high ground above where Daytrade is on the northern side of Los Leones. Extremely reminiscent of Game 5 of Day 3, where that compound where we do have Gems just lurking for a tackle around was exactly where the game ended. It was Daytrade that had possession of that in that particular game, but this time attack all around with their hands on it. And like we said, they need to have a good Miramar because their points on Wrangle have been suffering, as have Made in Thailand's points, who, like we said, they were not one of the teams who opted into the hot drop. Typically, their drop spot of Power Grid, they are one of those teams that likes to move and take priority positions early in their own domestic region. But here, not wanting to take the fight against BN United for Power Grid means that they're wrapping all the way around. They're in disadvantaged positions and coming in on the south side under the watchful eye of Mirage. They will be, at the very least, finding some safety in the arms of Los Leones somewhere in the middle of all that urban sprawl.
I'm very interested by what Unicorn Phoenix just did. They moved out to go and get a vehicle in Impala, and now they're rotating into them. So I guess they're just going for a crash. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me for this team love just getting aggressive, and I think that having multiple vehicles is going to be a big part of that. For now, though, they should be able to at least find a little bit of respite on one of those ridges. Day trade, very central yet again. No real surprise to see that from this squad. They're I think with Day Trade, they're not a risk-taking squad. It feels like they are a very methodical squad, but when the team do manage to organize and actually take those fights as a unit, they are just unstoppable. But now it looks like BN United, they're going to be getting pushed through the door. It's Alter Ego that tried to open things up. Glories gets one! Teddy goes to the drop shot, but it doesn't work out, as now Zest is on a bit of a rescue mission.
Not playing in the same building from the get-go. Zest will be tagged down very low as he tries to make the entrance, as Teraton 5 watching over this. And of course, Teraton 5, another team that hears the gunshots. They want to get involved. They want to third party. They want to pick up as many kill points as possible to close that gap onto Unicorn Phoenix. And there's two potential teams that they can try and swipe some from right here. So of course, a full send push, but Zest opens things up once again with a double knock from the nade.
Zest now maybe doesn't realize just how much danger he's in as Teraton 5
Oh,
got
CJ!
caught in the trap. CJ is there for the third party. 1, 2, 3, 4 is down for the count. Zest opens up with the double barrel again, trying to make anything he can work. Takes it down one, but he's going to need to follow up with some serious aggression to make anything out of this. But maybe, just maybe, he can play it slow enough for these other two teams to kind of eliminate each other, but it seems like all eyes are on Zest, and there it is, down he goes. Teraton 5, though, they need to realize there's still another squad to try and negotiate.
There's Archangel Predator, the fourth party in that whole engagement, actually taking the shots in. Janku's still yet to regroup, as a nade does come through from Teddy. It will flush out Patton Pong, but it's answered back in response as Ranger X, unfortunately, goes down as well. So it's, what, a 2v1 at this point, with the one singular knock, and it's attack all around. The fifth party now to get involved, stealing away Teddy Vlancher. Oh, he tried to get the Molotov through the door. He tags himself with it and is forced into a defensive position, but he does manage to spread it around the corner and take down Ranger X. So a costly endeavor for all teams involved. The spray to come through, and Russetid will finally finish the job, but there it's on 5. We're definitely hoping for a cleaner crash than that.
They're inside zone at least. I mean, I guess you can take some positives there. It went all the way up to the north. Sure, they've taken a lot of casualties. They've got themselves a couple points out of it, but they're inside the zone. I mean, the biggest problem is going to be a squad like Unicorn Phoenix, and shots like that straight to the head. You never stand still. Whenever you're around a window or a door, you keep moving, because that was just too easy for Hung Bo Ditch. Now it's really just one more player that they have to try and eliminate inside that compound, as Senjo on the south finally start to make their rotate in, but Gems is going to hear this and attack all around, could decide to live up to their name.
Familiar territory for Senjo. This is very reminiscent of the move that they pulled to finally win the game at the end of day number 3, but this time around it's only going to be Gems standing in their way, and he's out of there. He's going to give up the position, regroup up with the rest of the squad on the high ground, where Jayas is just keeping a watchful eye on everything, but Lynxia spotted him out as well. And now Excrows it all by himself. The flames spreading, does try to hop over them. He will just about set himself on fire, and the grenade might tag him low enough, but no, manages to get the heal off just in time.
Grab some heals off the body as Unicorn Phoenix taking the time with this one. Look, they've had success. They've managed to keep a couple players up, but at the end of the day, it's not all over yet. Exquisite throws down a flashbang, tries to move in a tad further, but still being cautious not to actually move off of these steps until he knows that there's nobody holding, that he's cleared it out with every bit of utility he has in his pocket.
Leon's Q and Petdret once again under pressure, as this time it's Luxurious making the move onto them. No longer will Petdret be involved though. NBK unable to quite get the spray through. Leon's Q will follow suit very quickly as Excrosit goes down to a grenade, and Team Bliss just get shredded from all angles as Made in Thailand get a little bit involved as well, unable to find their way out around the eastern high ground of Los Leones to make a move forward, just completely caught in the middle of everything.
CJ, nice little spray down the hill. He's done a lot of damage on 10BK from Luxurious. He's going to be able to follow it up, but it's CJ, in fact, who steals the kill. The rest of the squad, though, popping up. Nern's able to make some big damage out of it. The nade is going to follow up. Is that going to be enough? Not quite, but it does find a bit of an angle. CJ still holding. Now starting to actually suppress Daytrade, potentially, or have they just drawn the attention of Daytrade as they start to turn around? Sure, Luxurious have finished. Daytrade steal away the kills, and now they're almost in the perfect position to fight Archangel Predator.
Well, they're in the perfect position for that, but they also have to be a little cautious of the other two Thailand teams that are lurking, with Glooms up on the high ground, Made in Thailand, possible to wrap in from behind them, and Daytrade are really caught in the middle of a triangle of ops right now and have to make a move to get into the zone. It's not going to be an easy move by any means. Attack all around, very much capable of doing exactly that, still on the high ground. Phase 4 did not shift away from that massive hilltop that they are all sat on top of now after regrouping to avoid the crash of Senjo. So they have full vision over the entire south side, and every single team other than Unicorn Phoenix is occupying that southern side of zone and has to make a move to get into phase number 5.
I can't help but wonder, Saga, have you ever had the opportunity to cast a game that ends like this? Because, don't get me wrong, I've had some that have ended around where Archangel Predator are, but at least with the way that the high ground is here, the fact that there is a huge hill on that southern side of the road, now going to be forced to make a move. These teams are really going to have to struggle to navigate with the terrain and attack all around. Well, Janku, he's struggling to hold out Myth, but he's doing a damn fine job. 1 HP left, and takes Rogue's Nansmai down low as well. Jacob tagged down low, but it's Glooms who actually finds the opening, tries to follow it up with the second in the same place. It almost lands, but maybe just a little bit too far. Now as attack all around start moving, they need to be cautious from the side. Daytrade starting to get involved, take down Tanawa. It's all down to Esquiluja here for Made in Thailand. Jacob just pinned down behind the rock, can't really do anything unless attack all around overexpose themselves. Senjo also also taking a fight, though, but it looks like it might just be over for him.
And once again, it's Jayers on the high ground, attacking all around for, what, the 4th time now. Even while the rest of the team looks to hold off Made in Thailand, Gloom's holding off Archangel Predator, and Daytrade Jayers still finds an opportunity to pick up several kills on the third party. And this time, it's the newly brought in player for NRX, Lemma, who opens up proceedings, taking down the man of the day at the end of game number 5 of day 3 in Steel. Senjo now eliminated, unable to repeat their success in a very similar position from the last day of games. Gems has spotted Jacob. He's lying prone, but he's too tanky. He can't quite take him out, but Jankarov there to almost get the trade, but not quite enough damage.
He needs to push in aggressively now, finish this off for attack all around. As Daytrade move out, this is the perfect opportunity for teams like Unicorn Phoenix to start stacking up more points. Janku comes over, makes it a clean double digits for attack all around as he tries to follow it up with even more. Knows there's going to be one down below. Esquillusion with nothing but bandages, caught with the flashbang, tries to find just a helmet or anything to take some shots towards, which he does. It's CJ from range who finds the real damage, though, as Janku moves back. Jay as Gems back up into the fight. Attack all around. One of only 2 4-man squads left up.
Which is really impressive considering the amount of pressure that they've been under. They do still have Escalucia to clean up on the far southern side, but now Archangel Predator looking to wrap around towards Unicorn Phoenix and just taking third-party shots. Glooms will turn around and just clean up Escalucia, so now they don't have to worry about that. They can only spread their attention between NRX and this potential third-party opportunity as Archangel Predator are forced to make a move on Unicorn Phoenix.
Attack all around now. Maybe just wanting to slow things down. They realize they're at the top of a very open hillside. They don't want to have to make the move, but the time comes sooner or later. Archangel Predator send Nan round to look out for the entry, but he just can't see anything from Unicorn Phoenix as Jay is going to be backing up. Lima also getting aggressive. It makes me feel like NRX want this hillside, but I'll tell you what, your Unicorn Phoenix want even more, and that's to sack up a double-digit kill point game, and they're going the right way about it as Mad Dog is down. Nan close to getting caught with a nade, as is CJ, but they both get the heals off just in time. Unicorn Phoenix just can't push over this hillside right now. Is too open for them.
One thing that I've definitely noticed before with Unicorn Phoenix is when it comes to throwing out that utility, they do tend to get a little overzealous, throw it a little bit too far. That could have been a pretty easy wipe onto at least 2 players of Archangel Predator if those nades were just a little bit better placed, but slightly overshot once again. That just means more kill points for attack all around, up to 15.
Archangel Predator down to just 2 players left. Shin V holding the back, waiting for one of them to push. Needs to be careful. I'm not realizing Mad Dog has the reach that he does, where he could get an off angle. That's exactly what he finds. Bit of damage onto Shin V, but he can't finish it now. While it may not be Archangel Predator's game to win, while they may really just be softening up Unicorn Phoenix, they're doing a good job of it. There is no armor helmets left for Unicorn Phoenix as now Mad Dog swings around the side. Glooms finishes it up. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 until the revivers come off, but unfortunately, Unicorn Phoenix may just be open to Jayers from this hillside. Never mind Glooms pushing round for a bit of a distraction flank.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not even sure if it's a distraction. He's just going all out. He wants to grab these kills, but he's not aware of Dat Blue's position. They do this so well, having that lurker role to hold the anchoring position just in case a flank like that comes through. And it will be enough for Gems to go down, but Glooms will get the better of Hungvo Ditch. It's very, very close, but the level 3 gear just gives him that extra oomph.
16 kills right now, Saga, for attack all around. They're looking to add it up more, but it's going to be tricky. It's down to Janku to find the headshot. That's what he does. Makes it 17. No problem there. Jayers spots out another down the hill. It's up to a 2 versus 2 fight. Shinvi has been spotted in the hillside. As Janku anchors on the other road. He finds a headshot, but Shinvi on 1 HP barely makes it up. Chu tries to provide some fire support, but unfortunately those trees just a bit too thick to see through.
Very, very close to getting his wig split there. Lost his helmet. If there was one more tick of damage onto that thing, that is the opening AAA need. But you know what? A refresh on the level 3 gear and MK. What more could you ask, as well as having the high ground? He does need to be a bit cautious, though, because, well, Unicorn Phoenix is a team that's no stranger to getting aggressive as well, looking to squeeze out as much positional advantage as they can, and Shinvi looking for a flank up onto the high ground. If he can get the drop on Jayers, Janku is in a very tough spot, but as it stands, it's just a 1v1 between himself and Chu. This is exactly what Attack All Around love, this chaotic aggression, making those mad dashes through, but Unicorn Phoenix can thrive here as well.
Janku goes down here, he is in serious trouble, so is Jayers, because, I mean, they're so split. Jayers really has to be that kind of pin player that is stuck on that hillside, looking down, providing fire support, because if Shinvi was able to sneak up on him, it pretty much all would have been over for Attack All Around. But now as he takes the vehicle, he's just going to send it downhill. That's a little bit of extra cover going into the late game. Don't forget, Phase 8 coming up next as Janku goes down. Unicorn Phoenix, they just have flipped this fight around. Jay is going to be pushed up. Chu going to be able to confirm another. It is the 2 versus 1. Chu has the high ground, sees the movement, but the pre-fire comes out, finds the headshot, tags down Chu low, but it's not enough to get the win. And in the end, Unicorn Phoenix secure themselves yet another chicken dinner, finally closer to closing the gap between them and Daytrade.
And after slowing down a little bit in day 3 of week number 1, their 4th winner chicken dinner comes to fruition. It's extraordinarily tight, but that clutch up from Chu at the bottom end, taking down both Jayers and Jankurov, puts Unicorn Phoenix back on the front foot in the gap, the race for closing the gap onto Daytrade. But, well, bear in mind, Daytrade were able to pick up a good few points, didn't have an absolute disaster, got some placement points to go along with it, but for Attack All Around, you couldn't really have asked for much more other than obviously winning the game. Would have been a 30-point win where they're able to close it out, but it's certainly a much better performance from what we've seen so far from them in the first week. And just on kills alone in the previous game, Attack All Around got the same amount of points that they had on the entirety of week 1's Wrangle games, but Unicorn Phoenix, they're used to having much higher points from week number 1, and good to see them starting off once again on fragging form.
The beauty of not hot dropping for Attack All Around, insane number of kills, but let's not forget Daytrade there. I'm pretty sure they made it into the top 8 with, I think, 6 kills to go along with it. So even in the games where they're not winning, they're not at the top of the kill feed, we're not seeing their names pop up constantly, they're still able to salvage quite a few points. And I think that really does bode well for Daytrade going forward. I think that we should definitely keep an eye on them and see how far they can grow this lead, because I'm not sure how much of a question it becomes now of can Daytrade win. It's a question of can Daytrade steal the lead away with a massive margin. And you know what, that could change. Don't get me wrong, we've still got plenty of games left to come. We're still just past the halfway point, but now I have to wonder, Saga, going forward to game 2 of today, do you think that Daytrade could step it back up to the level from the other day, or they may be burnt out?
I think they've definitely they've been so consistent. They're definitely more than capable of at least keeping themselves in the forefront. And Unicorn Phoenix are a little bit more of a coin flip. Sometimes they absolutely pop off. Sometimes they have some rough results. We'll put it that way. But for Daytrade, it's definitely a case of as long like the points gap that they have at this point, as long as they're picking up 6-7 points a game, that's adding on to what other teams need to catch up for them. They've got themselves that buffer, that cushion from all the hard work they put in particularly the first 2 days of week number 1. So it's up to everyone else to try and chase them. A great start for Unicorn Phoenix to try and be that team that separates themselves from the pack and tries to close that gap, because things have been very tight between 2nd place down to 7th recently, and particularly Teraton 5 were doing a great job of catching up, closing that gap, but just getting drawn into those early fights once again. Like, they tried to do the same thing that Unicorn Phoenix did and get the 3rd party and clean it up, but well, who knew that there were 6 parties involved on the southern side of La Bendita, everyone taking 3rd party shots. Didn't quite go to plan for Teraton 5, but for Unicorn Phoenix, pulled off the successful aggression on the 3rd parties, came out with it 4 members standing, and clutched up in the 1v1s at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that 3rd party that they managed to execute so early on in the game, I believe it was on Cerberus. I might be completely getting that wrong, but that early game compound crash that they made a push onto, that massive S12K play, first of all, let's talk about that. 3-4 kills with the S12K, you rarely get to see that.
I mean, you know what? It's from the serial hot droppers. It was the Expendables Levi's that did that. I think it was to Team Extraordinaire, but Unicorn Phoenix once again was there to clean it up. Chu with 5 kills, 2 big kills at the very end as well. It was very, very close. It looked like Jayers might be able to get the advantage. Even with the level 3 gear, though, Chu was able to chew through the defenses, so to speak, and take him down to close out game number 1 of week number 2 for PCS6 APAC, and that's 24 big points for attack all around, much needed as well. But for Unicorn Phoenix, that's 20 points that closes the gap. Daytrade were able to pick up 8 points for themselves, but that gap is steadily creeping closer, and with 14 games left to go, that 40-point margin is looking just a little bit smaller now.
18 kills, Saga. 18 kills from attack all around. They didn't even win the game, but they got 4 points more than the winning team. That is so impressive. See, I mean, it's pretty decent, isn't it, at this point, where at least in high-level competition, in the PCS events, teams get that 10-kill chicken dinner, but then being able to get a second place with that many kills, it shows that you were working hard all game. You don't just get that many kills in the last 5 minutes of a match. You have to be putting your foot on the gas early.
Yeah, definitely having the high ground helped, but there was multiple teams pushing into them, but they have managed to creep their way into number 8, the top 8, the correct left-hand side rather, of the standings, and actually they've overtook the Expendables, so the rivalry continues between the two of them, and I'm sure we're going to see exactly how that plays out later on in the day when we head over to a Wrangle. Archangel Predator with a 10-point game as well. Much better to see that they not only were able to pick up those kills, but get some placement points. They have been very much struggling on placement points throughout the tournament. They had a decent amount of kills, although granted a lot of them came from the very first game of the event, but this time around they've been able to do a little bit of both. Got some frags in, got the placement points. This is what we expect to see, more consistency from a team that has been here for almost every single PCS event and come very close to actually taking the W in the previous one as well.
Yeah, Archangel Predator, for me, unfortunately, as much as I hate to say it, they're a feast or famine team, but not in the way that we used to see. And we often see it where a team will do really well one game and then the next game everything falls apart. For me, it's either Archangel Predator do consistently well and they win the tournament, or they come down in 15th place. It's tough for them, and I think that's something that we've seen quite a bit. But I think that they are starting to kind of chain things together. They're starting to get that consistency down to get into that end game. It's not the case where I believe it was in the past, where they'd have a good tournament, a bad tournament. Now it more so feels like when they are having what would typically a bad tournament, it's now become a mediocre performance. And I think that is what separates the best teams, is being able to, even on a bad game, have an all right game.
And I think that's what we need to start seeing as well from BN United. And I'm not just saying that because Clories is on the All Fantasy team, but the fact that they've won the 2 previous PCS events, and a lot of that did come from them picking up a lot of winner-winner chicken dinners. Whereas this time around, they've been chasing the frags in the early stages of the game. They've been playing into the style that we've just seen work out for Unicorn Phoenix, looking for third parties and early crashes onto compounds. And yeah, while they've been picking up some kills, I mean, we saw Simon T in last week's games get 2 kills with a sawn-off shotgun on a very similar crash. It's costing them players. They're losing half their team while going for those aggressive plays, and that just really hurts them when it comes to the placement points. They had a grand total of about 22 placement points from the first 15 games alone, but while the kills are right up there with the best of them, those placement points are really dragging down the positioning.
Well, you said they were chasing the frags. Unfortunately, behind the scenes, our player handlers are trying to chase down the players, get them all loaded into the lobby. So we're going to take a very short break, but we will be back in just a couple minutes with game number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Trên một con xe, và đây là con xe Dacia nha. Góc bắn nó sẽ rất thoải mái thôi, và đây là một quả đấy, quá đẹp đến thải Saki. Gần như cứ knock vào hết hoàn toàn đội của Senzo. Đó là knock vào hết. Nổ cả xe.
Just hears it now, just rounding that corner. Ragnar inside the smokes, but I mean, throwables are just going to finish this out real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this was the problem we knew for Just Too Easy. I mean, they were on that south side. As soon as Troglodytes took this spot over, it was pretty much GG for Just Too Easy. Yep, there you go. It's cleaned up. Troglodytes will get.
กับทางหน้าของ Expendables เฮ้ย
มาดูก่อนนะตรงนี้ท่านผู้ชมว่าไฟท์ใหญ่แน่นอนครับผมชาในมาเช็ดหมดเลย
เฮ้ย
ในมาเช็ดหมดเลย
แล้วโดดลงมาเจมส์เอ้าปาอะไรอ่ะ bây giờ chưa đến điểm hạng thôi thì họ đã rất sát với các bên unicorn cũng đáng. Còn ở đây đó là sắp lọ làm đôi đến từ triple kill dành cho solo gì. Một tiếng công nhà đến từ Luxurious 1v4 và bây giờ nó là 1v1 rồi. Tham Minh hơi sai đẩy ra.
There you go. Corsac gonna find the opening one on the VHZ. LFP is just fish in the water right now. RBN also knocked within an inch of his life.
Elliot's just playing with his food right now. There you go, gets one of them. LFP just around the other corner. Does lose vision on it, but gonna eventually reveal.
Tell that they are pretty busted. More utility just being traded back and forth between Rumblers and Bing Bang Boom. It's like, oh no, sharp shot!
Đã lùi thì đã nằm trước đó rồi. Glory chờ sẵn, người ta sấy về phía team Atron đi nè. Người vừa rớt xe đó là Trick. Và bây giờ Glory không có thông tin, nhưng sau tình huống nhá rồi anh ta đã biết được Neil ở đâu rồi. Neil đang bị rung súng, anh ta không thể nào sấy được về phía Glory. Double knockout cho Glory, hoàn toàn có thể là triple, và đây là tình huống clear squad cho Glory.
Start to peek out of the long compound. United decided Nootropic first. We need to eliminate them so we can give all of our focus to Yahoo to get in safely. Nootropic fall down very quickly, and now that information that
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody. No delays with this one. We are getting straight into match number 17, game 2 of the day for PCS6 APAC. My name is Chunks. I'm joined by the one and only Saga. And starting all the way up on the northwest with the plane path this time, and those magical islands down at the end of it.
Is this the one chance that Made in Thailand are going to have on Miramar to actually play their style and go for early priority? They've been struggling. I've been watching their rotations every game. It's always been West Coast wrapping in from the south because they've never had a zone that favors them. So potentially this is the opportunity to do just that. Daytrade have had to give up their drop, which is typically Chumasera. That's way out of the equation for a flight path like this. So having to head up probably over to Torre Ahumada and do some looting up there. So maybe gonna throw them off somewhat in terms of their usual play style. But Simon, that's some rough shots to hit with any gun but a VSS, the slow bullet speed and probably the fastest car in the game. It's gonna be rough, but if you can land it onto the parachuting player, we will absolutely take that for a highlight reel.
If he can knock this player out of the parachute, I'm gonna scream. The circle, though.
Oh,
well,
sorry, Myth.
That's a bit of a tricky one, isn't it? It's not gonna be the island circle. Instead, down towards Los Leones by the looks of things. Potentially a Leones circle, Saga?
Hey, check it out. Attack all around can loot up quickly, head down to church, uncontested, take high ground once again, and probably put another 18 kills on the board. Exactly what they're hoping to see. Team Bliss as well, hopefully this time around, now that they have the good opportunity to head west out of their drop spot rather than heading up towards the high ground on the east and getting camped out by a whole bunch of teams, would definitely love the opportunity as well. They are typically, at the start of today, the highest average placing team outside of the top 3, so would love to see them get right back on that grind, just as we would love to see 3 players from Attack All Around once again in the top for kills, and Gloom's 9 kills, absolute pop-off game for him.
It's just Attack All Around, isn't it? I don't think we'd even expect anything else after the performance that they previously had. It was so strong. I would maybe expect all of their players to be up there just based off of that performance alone. But yes, having that many players up in the top kills is just... You can't really emphasize how impressive it is. Like, to be able to do it on a consistent level and be able to, you know, get yourself decent games in every now and then, that's all well and good. You maybe expect to have 1 or 2 players up there at the top, but teams like Attack All Around with 3 of their 4 players in the top kill leaders for one match, that's just absurd.
Well, look, this is the team that, when we think back to the Thailand series, where, of course, they're not being hot dropped on for Pachinki or Picado in their region, this is why they're so stubborn. This is why they want to keep hold of it, because when they get to play their game, they can absolutely frag with the best of them. And even though the placement points are struggling in PCS6, they're definitely a team that you have to be a little bit worried about when they try to run it down directly at you. And they are definitely capable. They've been one of the few teams that has been to both global events this year alone, or past year alone, from APAC. So definitely a storied team with a long history and know exactly what they're doing. Unicorn Phoenix, not quite so much in terms of the longevity, the history of the roster, but certainly every single time they've showed up at a PCS event, particularly thinking back to PCS5, they absolutely slaughtered everyone for the first 2 weeks. They fell off a little bit for week number 3, but this time around, there ain't no week 3. So weeks 1 and 2 already starting off in great form for Unicorn Phoenix, and hopefully be able to keep that up as well to contest day trade for that top spot.
Really have to make every game count in this format. Obviously, not having that weekly system, not having that fallback opportunity if things don't go your way, it makes it very rough for some of these teams, but also really does reward that consistent performance rather than just having one impressive set of matches on one of the weekends to help you up there. So I think that being a team that is more consistent over explosive really leans well to this format, but this is worrying here for MBK from Luxurious. He has no idea that Hizaki's inside.
Not again for Cerberus. This time around, like we said, it's very similar situation to the previous game, widely spread around a central position in around the south of La Bendita and east of Los Leones, but just going to be pulled up on. Luxurious, none the wiser. This is a team that plays in the same region as Cerberus, so might expect some of these shenanigans to come through, but caught out, Hisaki will claim the kill point and dip out of there completely for free. We'll actually have a chance to regroup up with the squad as well before any even attempts at a trade kill can come through. So a free one for Cerberus, which is great news for them, but for Luxurious, still all the way down in 16th place. Not the best start.
Really not feeling too good about themselves right now, as we really just have to see how they're going to be able to salvage it. That's 2 games in a row now. Something similar has happened where we've had a bit of an iffy start, one player sneaking inside a compound, causing problems for others, but gotta wonder, now that we are really getting into the meat of the game, do we have the same situation where all of these players somehow just manage to get a read on exactly where that circle is going to go, and then we're just sat here wondering why everyone's consolidating in the center so early? Speaking of which, we should probably talk about this. Team Bliss have not moved out of Los Leones. I'm not sure whether that's down to them having to loot a little longer or whether this is the late game position, but I really do have my eyes on that, because if we go back to whenever we had a Los Leones circle with Fury, for instance, they would consistently come out on top of that, and I don't think that Insight is any small part of that success they have in that city.
It's certainly a good argument for lingering around is particularly in their position towards the western side. If it does for some reason head into the urban ending of Los Leones, there's a lot of positions where you can take shots at those teams looking to rotate in from the low ground into the city itself. But it also gives you good options to bail out should the zone not favor that sort of urban style, be a little bit more open around the fields to the west. There's still nobody to the south side underneath Los Leones, so good rotation options either way. Gems, I mean, not really a surprise to see him picking up the longest kill distance, 650 meters, but considering the high ground he was playing from, he could see much further than that, so no real surprise. I'm sure whoever he stole that kill from most likely wouldn't be too happy about it, but One Nunt looking to try and replicate some of that same aggression from the high ground positions onto Teraton 5 as they pull up late once again on the northern side into the warehouse, and Simon's going to be pulling up directly into Duck Juice.
Nearly, though. Nearly with the spray. The fountain caused some problems, but it doesn't matter in the end. Simon is going to be out for the count. Team Bliss do opt to move up to the north, and you never guess what again, Saga. There's a solo in this compound who hasn't given any info away. Monty just going to be chilling inside. Monty himself just sneaking about. He maybe thinks he hears something. From the way he's moving, it seems almost like he's trying to bait something out, but he has no idea that Slolzy's going to be there watching the cross, and unfortunately, this time he is down and out. Bliss and BN each taking a casualty earlier. 5th and 6th place teams as well, Saga. That'll open up space for a lot of movement on the leaderboard if they don't, you know, have the same success as maybe they would with Foreman.
Yeah, well, clue is in the name right there for Solo LZ as he tries to pick off yet another, and it was the positioning that he had. He was just lurking on the side of the cliff, completely open to any teams from the northern side of the circle, but no one had an angle towards it. He was standing still, just lurking, waiting for the opportunity. Had anyone spotted him out, he would have almost instantly been knocked, if not forced out of that position. But, well, Monty just gets up a little bit ahead of the curve, ahead of the team, and this is exactly what Team Bliss were hoping not to happen when they started to make their push out of Los Leones, just finding themselves a quick little lurk from Cerberus Esports, and it's the second kill that they picked up in a very similar situation. Just a swift hit and run, and they're right back out of there to regroup up and continue on as 4.
Trade working their way through. Obviously, a lot of eyes have to be on this squad. Even last match, while it wasn't the performance that we've seen out of them in other games, 6 kills and a late game placement, really impressive. And I think a lot of eyes are looking on them for both the reason of, okay, their fans are definitely coming at it from a point of view of, okay, how far can they lead this? And then every other team's fans is thinking, okay, can we make this gap back? Can we still win? And I think that, look, if Daytrade don't get shut down today, if teams aren't pressuring them and taking them out the fight, then it may just reach a point where Daytrade get away with it to the point where we don't really have the opportunity of another winner outside of maybe Unicorn Phoenix if they can have a strong enough performance as well.
Yeah, considering the start of today was the halfway point of the tournament, definitely a 40 to 50 point gap looked very intimidating, but Unicorn Phoenix has made a good start on looking to close that gap up for itself. And you know, I feel like I've seen this zone before. It's very, very similar to the previous one. A little bit more of the south still in play, and that just means more of a percentage possibility that we are just going to be going straight into the city. So Monty, maybe even more kicking himself for that early death, just trying to push his way out of Los Leones, where that's the exact opposite of what the zone has dictated would have been the ideal play.
I'm ready for this, Saga. I want it to happen. I really want to see a Los Leones ending. I mean, it's PCS APAC. You'd expect kind of nothing else, would you, than the most wheels-off plays you've ever seen. Expendables, though, they're going to be able to open up onto BN United, but it's Glories with the reaction, punishes the miss spray onto 777. Even on low health, manages to come out on top. Expendables maybe proving that 777 isn't so expendable after all, as they try to work through the building. Glories going to blin up. Zest finally making his way through, but you got to remember, BN United, only 2 players on this squad still standing.
All hail the level 3 vest, and Zest is looking to put some holes in the vest of Levi's, and he will successfully do so. So answering back once again, now Unicorn Phoenix, oh, look at this. It's the end game battle all over again, as Unicorn Phoenix and making a push on towards attack all around, but look at the widespread. Jayas and Jankarov could be absolute huge in this one, but the spray doesn't quite connect, doesn't quite finish the job, as they will try and make the push through. Chu caught out with glooms and a grenade to follow up, and Jayas has more of them as well, but Alter Ego shooting them in the back. Extraordinaire stealing away the kills. Shinvi out in the open has to try and make something happen.
It's getting caught out from behind as well. Shinvi has been able to flush out glooms, but Janku really can't do anything with this. Dat Blue's going to be flushed out by the Molotov, but now only Hungvo Ditch and Shinvi left up, both holding onto this compound for everything that it's worth. You have to realize attack all around right now, as they were pushing, they were getting third party from behind. They are down to, I believe, just 2 players left up, as now nades come through from below. You can see A start to move in. Alter Ego peek up over the top. Janku turns around, takes up Teddy, but immediately gets traded out himself. Lancia will finish this one off, and it's all on to Jayas and Gems, but they're so split apart, there's nothing they can do.
That's Extraordinaire taking shots in from distance as well. You can see Teddy's health ticking down, as it might actually be Theraton 5 off in the distance. The yellow damage numbers coming through, throwing me off a little, but Gems still looking for an angle, still 4 up for Alter Ego, and they are very widely spread, but they just weren't ready for the attack to come from all around once again, as Gems and Jayas, I don't even know how Jayas got away from Unicorn Phoenix in the compound, but was able to do so. But BN United will eventually go down. Duck Juice holding the angle, gets the better of Glories with a headshot through the door frame. And, well, Alter Ego back once again on reviving duty. 1, 2, 3, 4 over the top. A headshot from Jayas won't quite take him out. Look at how low those hit points are, and there are grenades available for Gems.
Just need a little bit of teamwork now. Jayas needs to try and get back, get the heal off as Gems peeks up over the side, takes down Teddy, follows it with a second, beautifully done. Blanches out of it. Alter Ego now with only 1 player left up. He was low, but not low enough, as Gems will be able to fall. Jayas looks for the trade. 1, 2, 3, 4 was finished off from range, so attack all around may just be able to get the revive off here, as long as they realize that the player was in fact knocked from range and not by a teammate close. But now as Trick starts to come up, the fight may unfortunately start to fall apart.
Yeah, why waste money on nade when bullet do trick, as Jayas just opt not to use the utility, just go for the spray, stealing away the kill from Extraordinaire as well. So that's 1 earned back for the kill that was stolen away from Extraordinaire this earlier on. It's actually Team Extraordinaire are one of the top teams in terms of the kills being stolen away from them in the entire tournament. I think they had something like 12 or 15 of their knocks being stolen away in week 1. So definitely another one onto the collection for them. It's an unfortunate one to be stacking up points in, but well, definitely they're looking to try and get some more kills of their own now, as Unicorn Phoenix exposed down to just 2, and they're looking to repeat the crash that Unicorn Phoenix was relatively unsuccessful in making onto attack all round.
Let's not forget that attack all around, while still being a 2-man or an aggressive squad, it seems that Gems is actually starting to turn his attention.
Oh, they're definitely crashing this again.
So they're moving up onto this. They want to try and finish off this Extraordinaire fight, but it's going to be tricky. As you can see, they're barely on that northern side of the zone. So if there are any teams maybe off to the side that needs port of call, as right now, Extraordinaire just opting to play a little bit slower. They don't have info onto this fight, so they do need to be very careful with how they approach it.
Meanwhile, while this battle for one particular compound is going on, everyone else is spreading themselves thin around Los Leones, just gathering what position and control they can over the center of the city. So not too much going on in terms of engagements. You might be a little confused as to why there's still almost 50 players alive and we're heading into phase 4 in an APAC game, because that's weird. But that's exactly why, because most of the zone is Los Leones, but Hungvo Ditch is going to try and even out those numbers a little bit with a spray down onto Kid X, and actually gets away before the trade can come through from Trick.
Ditch moves back, going to be taking cover behind the wall, as now Team Extraordinaire look to make the push. Nile watching over the side as the flashbang comes through. They know there's going to be a player inside this shack, but they're bumping into each other. They've thrown the flashbang. They must know that Shinvi's inside here, but he hasn't made a move. He hasn't given away a footstep yet. He only has thrown down a few smokes as Hungvo Ditch chills around the back. Still 15 seconds left to the phase. Shinvi is sprayed through the smoke, but somehow manages to survive in the end, though. Niall with the headshot spots him, gets the knock and finds the kill. Hungvo ditch with the spray now, tries to find anything. If only he had a grenade. That gas can inside could go up no problem, but Saga, you saw it. That circle is shifted off of Leonis, and now that Unicorn Phoenix are out, every other team has to make their way through. They're eyeing up that spot on the leaderboard.
Well, hey, you know what? At least it means that the fight for this compound actually matters in the long term as, well, attack all around. They've spotted that Unicorn Phoenix has gone down, and that means an opportunity to third party again. So, of course, they're going to try to take it. Team Bliss, well, they did manage to keep a couple out in the same compound where Monty met his demise. Actually, it's a slightly different one over a little further west, but they're going to make a move out of there and take one of very few positions that actually provides some sort of cover on the northwestern side of Los Leones. Everyone else is just going to have to stick to the outskirts of the city as long as possible. Expendables will peek over the top. Jun will find onto Gems, and Jayas, well, he's down prone, and it's only a couple of taps required for Jun to finish off the job. Attack all around will go no further this game, but still picking up 5 points, but yet to find a placement point once again.
The jiggle peaks beautiful there from Attack All Around, but sorry, from the Expendables, and it leads to Attack All Around falling. As Extraordinaire now start to make their push through, they maybe are aware from the kill feed that Jun has gone down to one of the Theraton 5 players as Day Trade sweeping around that eastern side, look to make a bit of an opening, but Archangel Predator have maybe identified this and they're looking to backfill. The Expendables out in 12 as Belmont tries to make a little bit of noise from above. Luxurious also doing the same. Sylvie able to land a couple sprays, but it's
we're here again.
Not really enough as now things start to kick off. Archangel Predator with the crash, with the nades. They are caught in between a rock, a hard place, and Magic Esports. 3 teams surround them with now only crates for cover.
It's kind of convenient. This area can turn into an absolute graveyard. We learned that in the final game of week number 1. Very, very similar scenes. It was actually Team Bliss in this area that met their demise alongside Archangel Predator, and actually Day Trade were up on the same hill that were just peeking up over the top and contributing some damage whenever they had the chance to do so. So very, very similar scenes. Lacking tires means that Jacob will be falling down, and look at all those pre-nades in the hand of Teraton 5. They're going to be dropping them out the window, but Bryn actually gets the drop onto Ranger X, getting tags down. The Molotov somehow doesn't connect onto Exquisite, but Made in Thailand starting to make this push look like it could be a potential successful.
Seems like it's starting to work out as Esquilusia takes down one. It looked like more were to follow, but in the end it does not. Theraton 5 send Exquisite around the back, and he does so much damage to catch them in the peak, but Made in Thailand in the end come out on top of that one, even with a few casualties. And well, NRX, they hear that, they saw the kill feed, they are looking to work their way through. Sololzi with the shots onto Flash as Day Trade now start to take some damage. They maybe don't realize that Senjo is sneaking up round the back because they're fully focused onto Archangel Predator, and Steel is there to punish that. Nurns, though, gets ready to peek over the cliff. That'll provide fire support, and unfortunately the fire does not connect onto Belmoth.
Steel needs to be a little cautious with the peaks. Puchil's still providing the angle, but Norin's yet to spring the trap from up above as Archangel Predator have tried to make a move into the warehouse. They've got away from most of the crates, as has Sylphie, the last remaining standing player for Luxurious Esports, but he's going to meet much less resistance than Archangel Predator with Magic set up. One non getting a spray down, takes CJ very, very low, but does need to grab that revive onto Leon's Q when the opportunity comes through. He will give himself an opportunity with the nade. Oh no, the Sawn-Off is on its way, but one non puts him down before he gets the opportunity to completely show him up with that little gun.
Archangel Predator will fall as Senjo continue to make their push. Unfortunately, though, Reb has gone down to Cerberus, Linksy to follow as Senjo now start to fall apart a little bit. I mean, Day Trade are going to look to finish this off, but Nurns is out in the blue on top of a cliffside. Surely he's not going to be much help from this position, especially with Cerberus looking up. Nurns does go down as now they focus their attention onto the vehicles, try to find a headshot, but it's just not enough. It's actually Puchu's from inside the compound that lands it. They have no idea. They thought it was the player up top.
Tanawat down on the knees as well, caught in between NRX as Suzunami is actually dangerously close to Team Bliss as he tries to cut off the entrance for Made in Thailand. And there's just a whole lot of dead space towards the center of this zone. Extraordinaire out towards the northwest. They do not want to push anywhere close to this, and they really don't have much of a reason to. Still getting angles in on towards Senjo. That's one flush and a knock as Steel goes down once again. Senjo down to just one player standing, and somehow we're not quite able to finish off Day Trade. They're going to be making a move forward onto the compound of Cerberus. This is a very, very strong position for Cerberus now with 4 players still standing. Could this be the game that gives them their first winner chicken dinner of the tournament, as Duckmai will get them into the top 8 with a grenade that takes down Kang.
Senjo fall, luxurious to follow, as Bliss now try to make the most out of the hard cover position that they have. They're focusing on to Made in Thailand, but there's such a wide ridge. It's so hard to cover. Lima gets flushed out. That's NRX losing another member. Insight steals one away himself. As now NRX, they try to make a final stand. It's only going to be Maestro left up for the squad as Suzunami falls down. He's just waiting for any movement. But in the end, it's Haizaki from Cerberus to finish up the kill, and NRX fall out in 7th position. 6 squads remain. And, well, as the circle gets ready to make a move, you got to wonder how the teams outside of the circle are going to make it in. Squads like Bliss that, sure, they have such a strong position, but it's so open to move out of.
Well, if we look at those teams that are still standing, Cerberus in 4th, Team Bliss in 5th, Myth in 6th. There is a lot that potentially rides on this game, and who can close it out could easily close that gap. It's 10 points between Cerberus in 4th and Team Bliss in 5th, but only 2 points between themselves and Made in Thailand. Both of them down towards the western side of the zone. Both will have to make a slight shuffle to move forward, but Cerberus definitely the team in the stronger of the positions, but they've got Belmoth and Puchil's making a bit of a push in. They've got Magic down towards the south who could look for some angles, but look at the grenades, the utility available to try and flush out Day Trade from this position on the low ground of the cliffs. It's going to be difficult to make them land, though, and for now, Day Trade don't seem interested in getting over-aggressive on the push. Extraordinaire are going to have to make a move, and Made in Thailand trying to steal away the spot from Team Bliss before they have an opportunity to push out and steady themselves in the zone.
Sight looking to find an opening, but as Mirage goes down, you have to wonder what more Bliss can really make out of this game unless they find the revives immediately. Cerberus take down Nile as they switch up their attention. Made in Thailand are open. This could end up working into Bliss's favor if Cerberus can find an opening, but this time at least that is not to be. Made in Thailand just completely surrounding Bliss's compound. It feels like it's just a matter of time till Bliss have to make a move, and well, feels almost undoubtedly that they're going to lose one as Day Trade make themselves a push on to Sololzi. Belmoth gets caught with the nade, but the Molotov just a little short.
Very, very close to spreading. He just managed to hold on to a tiny little hint of a rock that gives him a small bit of cover. But for Day Trade, it's a rough one. If they go too far to the south, Magic might be able to take shots. Maybe the low ground will play into their favor for... it'll definitely expose Cerberus a little bit more, but now Team Bliss now taking the fight against Myth. A good spray, a double headshot onto Rognan's Maya, and Insight finishes the job as well. Tanawat taken down, and Team Bliss take full control of the western side of the circle. Insight actually managed to wrap up above and take the high ground by the radio tower and got an angle from above Made in Thailand to finish the job. It will come with 3 players still standing and Extraordinaire ahead of them, but that's a lot of control on the western side of zone. This is exactly what Senjo had when they were able to win the game from this position as well. So a lot is going to come down onto how Cerberus is able to defend against Day Trade and a potential push from Extraordinaire and Magic.
Insight is just built different. Going for that off angle, not many people would. Cerberus, let's see if they can prove their worth. 8 kills already on the board, but Day Trade are not going to make it easy on them as they just chill down behind the ridge. Cerberus seemingly afraid to actually commit over this. They realize they have the high ground, but the later you leave it, you got to think the more limited their options will become. That nade was close, though. The vehicle is about to blow. It doesn't do any damage, but Daytrade, they know that the pressure is on them.
I'm looking at the utility they have. Smokes lacking any sort of lethals, very much all used. So whether they try and make a push with the vehicle or whether they just try and take the fight, but it looks like that's not going to go in their favor. Hymas a little bit too clean with the 3x Groza. It took a couple of repeats, a couple of jiggles, but got the job done. Second grenade as well will take down Puchos, and they're not even fully committed to this. Duckmai turns his attention over to Magic and puts Leon's Q down, which really is going to hinder any chances of a third party that might give Belmoth a way out of here unless he hops in the vehicle and just tries to send it. That's really his only option from this point, but it looks like he's going to try not to take the coward's way out, try and go for the fight, but in the end, tag down low enough that the blue zone, it does start to creep forward, will take him out just outside once again of the top 4. And for Daytrade, they got no kills, but they only were able to grab a few placement points, so still keeping that lead over Unicorn Phoenix, just as really about as wide as it was earlier.
Things are really fall into place for Bliss right now. Every team is playing the same hillside, and they can kind of chill on a ridge of their own and just try and third party. They're hoping, of course, that Cerberus maybe takes some casualties here, that they aren't going to be a 4-man. Simon's still going to be looking out. Spams through, lands one, but can't follow it up with more. Cerberus now getting ready to make themselves a bit of a move. You can see that YM Cud just going to be chilling as more smokes come out. You've got to think now, Magic, they can't have so many left. They're going to have to start actually taking this fight rather than just throwing smokes for cover, hoping another team will cause a distraction. But nice shots come out from Bryn. Find the headshot. That could be Petret's opportunity to get out of here.
We've just got to really throw a bit of a spanner in the works for Cerberus, just to remind everyone that it has been Team Bliss getting the better of Cerberus in both of their wins when it came to the final 2 teams standing, even if one of them was just Insight as a solo lurking with the clutch up on the first game of day number 3. But then the second game got the better of them in that 4v4 towards the end of, I think it was game 11, maybe game 12. But definitely we're seeing a big shift in favor of Team Bliss in terms of the win percentage, given that shift of the circle for phase number 8, which is going to force Cerberus away from that high ground safety that they've had the entire time. And they're just going to go directly forwards in towards Team Bliss. And they're hopefully going to get some assistance from the spray, but Trick not landing anything means Duckmai gets the opening knock onto Bryn. And the rest of the squad now 2v4.
Now, Bliss with only 2 players left up, but we've seen them in this situation before. Magic do take down Extraordinaire, and there's no real third party coming through here, except for Insight, who is absolutely miles away. Magic are catching him from behind. Sure, they have the highest chicken dinner percentage chance, but that's based off of the zone position. That is not going based on the way that this fight is unfolding. Longskew tries to get round the back, but he can't find anything onto those Cerberus players. Mirage, though, with the Molotov,
that's a good molly.
That's effective. Hisaki's down. It's down to only 2 players left for Cerberus. Bliss, they need to consolidate, though, and Insight's not in such a good position to do that. Hymas holding on the back, trying to cover to allow his teammate to get the revive. He's got the Groza, but guess what? Mirage has a bike. He's going to take some shots. He might just decide to get on it, group up with his teammate, and fight this as a duo, but it doesn't look to be the case as the smoke is there. He gets on the bike, baits out a bit of sound, but jumps right back off, and he says no. He is committed to this one and just hoping Magic can provide support.
He's playing the point man so well, playing around the pole, and he's actually going to try and disappear out of there. He actually put the bike standing once again, just for that bit of extra cover from Hymas, and almost got the better of him on the spray, but Hymas didn't commit to the peak in the end, only a quick jiggle, and he was out of there. But definitely a solid way to hold off that full send breach from Cerberus. It came down to a trade 1-for-1. They lost to Bryn, but still with 2 players standing, and it's forced Cerberus onto the low ground position. They were unsuccessful in taking the spot away from Team Bliss. They had to try and play something else. Just put Hisaki directly in the line of fire of Leon's Q.
Only 2 players left up from Cerberus, potentially down to just 1 if the spam works out. Yes, it is. Cerberus down from solo. Team Bliss going to try and capitalize, but Insight spotted out in the open. He's down low onto no health, and he's knocked. It's all onto Mirage as the final player. Bliss have made clutch plays before, but the clutch player is down. It's all onto Mirage right now. The pressure is focused on him. Magic need to try and navigate around 2 solos. They know that Hymas is about, but they also know Mirage is above. It is a bit of a waiting game, but this is so brave from Team Bliss. The zone is closing in. Magic realize that Cerberus are up ahead, so they're not able to push. They're banking on the fact that Cerberus won't be able to push. Insight has got re-knocked though, so Magic have the info from the kill feed that there is still a solo up top from Team Bliss, but they're going to use Insight as the bait. Unfortunately, Mirage goes down to the gun. 2 teams remaining. Cerberus with 1 left up. Magic spin round the side. They find the flush, but more importantly, they find Hymus. 1 more shot.
Oh, he's out of bullets.
But Pedret runs out of ammo. Longs is the final player left. He moves round the back. Hymus is flashed down low. It'll be the clutch of the century. 1 bullet needs to land. Flashbangs there. This could be huge from Hymus, but no. Long shuts it down, and Magic get themselves the chicken dinner.
Oh, Cerberus so close again. Another second place to the collection, but it's Magic who finally clutches out the game. Unfortunate on that lack of bullets that came through. Very close. Did once again have a grenade available, opting not to use it, but very close. A game of millimeters once again. The level 3 gear almost turning the tables, but no, it will be Magic Esports picking up their first win. And bearing in mind, they were in 14th place at the start of day number 3 at the end of week number 1. They picked up 40 of the 68 points that they rounded out the first week with. So that momentum definitely starting to creep up towards the end of week number 1 and looking like it's continuing here for the start of week 2.
Very impressive indeed there for Magic Esports, but as you mentioned, they didn't have the best week 1. Now is the start of a real climb for them, and it's not going to be an easy one to make. Quite a ways to go. They need more performances like that, but I think the biggest question mark has to be up at the top board. So many of those teams that we're used to seeing doing consistently well, not really making it to the end game there.
No, particularly not, and especially after we saw a great win in game number 1 for Unicorn Phoenix, and we were thinking maybe this is the way that they're starting to close that gap, but weren't able to quite replicate that in this game. Again, they went for a similar sort of early third-party aggression, but you showed that it's a double-edged sword. I mean, we already knew that. We've seen multiple teams try it and fail in much of the same way, but this time it's Unicorn Phoenix who falls victim to their own aggression. Sometimes when they're on point, it looks incredibly good and they pick up a whole bunch of kills and sometimes even wins to go along with it, but sometimes it is just early exits. And the chance for Day Trade to extend that gap once again, which they, fortunately for Unicorn Phoenix, were not quite able to fully capitalize on. They had the high ground, but were not able to pick up a single kill before going out with just the 3 placement points. So barely any movement from the top 2 whatsoever, and Teraton 5 dropped out pretty early as well. So really it was the 4th down to 7th positions that really benefited from that previous game, and Magic Esports as well, certainly stacking up the kills and climbing their way potentially even back up into the top 8.
It's going to be a close one, and it's going to be a tricky one, no matter how it falls for Magic Esports. But I think that they can take real confidence in that, because it oftentimes feels like if you had a bad week 1, it can very easily carry over to week 2. But it feels like this time around, Magic Esports definitely don't have the same issue. They're feeling a lot more confident. They're playing a lot more aggressively. We're seeing them take a lot more fights, it feels like, than we saw in week 1, and being able to get a really impressive chicken dinner out of it like that. But I mean, we kind of have to talk about Bliss right for a minute. I was hyping them up so much. I felt I've not had the chance to cast a game where Bliss have really done well. They made it to the end game, and I thought that they were going to have it, Saga. I really thought they were going to have it, but it was just down to being a 2-man. There's only so much you can do, but to make it into the top 3 and do that much damage, really impressive from Bliss.
Yeah, it was particularly, though, a solid defense, and Mirage in particular, it was very impressive on the defense of the crash from Cerberus when they came in, sweeping around to the western side of zone. It's a treacherous position to be playing, with third-partying shots coming in as well from Magic Esports on the far side, but played very well around the cover that he had. Well-placed Molotov to not only get an additional knock, but to flush out a kill. Using the bike for cover was a very smart maneuver, and actually successfully completely disengaging and falling back to the teammate, but in the end wasn't quite enough to prevent the push from Magic from coming through and taking both players of Team Bliss down and going on to win the game. Leon's Q, he's actually had an incredibly strong day today, so no surprise whatsoever to see him as the player of the match for game number 17 with 4 kills.
really impressive. 40% of the squad's kills, not too shabby. I'd take that stat any day. I mean, I usually do. Cerberus also up there, 16 points from that match, and Bliss salvaging themselves 11 even after losing players early. I gotta say, the players who got into those Los Leones positions early have had such success, and I think that really demonstrates APAC down to a T, doesn't it? It may be clustered in the center of the circle. It will be messy, but at the end of the day, it's the teams that are taking those risks, that are playing central early, that are still getting aggressive. They're the ones that are actually able to consistently make it to the late game. And I think that as somebody who maybe does more EU and America's stuff, it's hard to kind of break that mindset of how the game should be played. APAC is just a different beast, and we're going to learn more about that after the break. But for now, we are going to be heading off for just a couple minutes. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with game number 3 in just a few.
살려줘. 그거 다 죽었다. 와, 진짜 미치겠다.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 APAC. Here is the total leaderboard. Look, I know you're pretty sad that you don't get to see mine and Saga's faces, but there's good reason. Game number 3 of the evening is already getting underway. We're going to hop into the playing path in just a second, but first of all, let's take a look at how things are stacking up here. Never mind, let's hop into the playing path. It's match number 18 of PCS6 APAC, and well, what about a Southern Plains, Saga?
It certainly set us up nicely for our standard procedure Los Leones ending that we seem to be getting nothing else but on our Miramar games, which is certainly playing into the favor of a couple of teams. Magic Esports getting the best of it in the previous game and dangerously close to getting all 5 Thai teams in the top 8 this time around. Very, very close to it. It's actually another Thai team, Attack All Around, who were very close to picking up the first win of the day, who is in the way, currently holding on to 8th position, only a few points in it, but well, that's not the ideal way to start things off for Alter Ego. Hopefully Chexing hasn't spotted exactly where that parachute went a little bit awry for Alter Ego, and they can get somebody over to grab the revive onto Teddy. Would much be appreciated, I'm sure. But look at that. 3 Thai teams, 2 Vietnamese in the top 5 for Miramar placement points. That's not including kills. That's placement points alone. Day trade, no surprise to see them up at the top after the opening couple of days that they had to this event.
9 matches, 45 points. So if I'm doing my math, they're averaging 5 placement points a game.
Top 3.
Means that right now they are averaging over in the top 5 of the leaderboard. That's absolutely insane. In terms of the kills, though, there they were. Nice to see Insight up there. It felt like Bliss maybe had a bit of a drought for a while in terms of the performances, but that last match definitely shows that they are back. But Magic Esports, they are here. They are ready to fight as 1-2-3-4 got spotted out. It maybe appears that he spotted the enemy as well, but it doesn't matter when you got a headshot like that. Nicely done. Magic Esports opened that one up, and I don't think the Alter Ego are going to be causing too many more problems.
Magic, particularly Leon's Q, has been absolutely on point today with the aim, and it's not slowing down anytime soon, he says, as top 8 is within sight, touching distance away from attack all around, who this time around will be pretty much in the center of the circle. We're not going Los Leones. We're a little bit further out to the west. You can just about see the very southeastern tip of the circle at the top of the minimap alongside those stats. Once again, Leon's Q with 4 kills of the 57 in the previous game that Magic were able to pick up across the entirety of the tournament. So certainly a much more of a resurgence coming in from Magic, and it's great to see considering that we almost didn't see Magic in this event as a whole. They missed out on PCS6. They were 1 point behind Made in Thailand, who took the final qualification spot in the Thailand series, and it was a very tight battle for second place in the Thailand Open between Magic and Buriram, who unfortunately were not able to qualify. It's a long-standing roster, but playing the whole qualifier with their coach, it's honestly a surprise it was even as close as it was, but Magic clutched up and came through at the end, and are certainly showing that they have what it takes to push into the top 8, potentially even join that race for the top 5.
There really is something to be said for teams that have been around a while that then have to go through an open series. It's brutal, isn't it? It feels like a lot of times teams forget about them, but I think in APAC, it's kind of the opposite. It feels like every big team has to go through an open qualifier every few months or so. It isn't like maybe Americas or EU where you're used to having these big name teams that consistently in group stages that don't really have to go through those open qualifier stages. So it is nice seeing the fact that, you know, these guys are the best for a reason. It doesn't just mean the fact that they got lucky through one qualifier. It doesn't mean that they're just auto-invited into groups. They are really in it and working consistently to get up there. Even if, for instance, they didn't make it through the initial qualifiers to then go through the open stages, it's so impressive. And speaking of impressive, Bliss in their qualifiers over in OCE were equally so.
Absolutely words in no short form, thanks to the man on the screen, Insight. Once again, one of the newer additions to Team Bliss after the disbanding of Fury. Mirage brought in as well, has certainly been pulling his weight. Monty has been an absolute staple for Team Bliss, and even though he was actually cleaned up early into game number 2, but he was actually at the hands of Cerberus, who ended up being some of the... Oh dear. Well,
that's a balancing act right there. I couldn't do that if I tried.
That's honestly impressive.
I'm amazed. Well done. I mean, they're called Team Extraordinaire. I don't think we should have expected anything less from them. I think that maybe How is not as jazzed about this as we are, as he tries to get back into the car.
He's going to try and tilt it by jumping on the hood.
This is smart. Look, he's got his teammate coming around the back. He should be able to... Oh, Niall. I thought for a second Niall was going to get his car stuck as well. He's going to need to get some speed. No, instead, they're both up in. He just leaves that Murado there as the souvenir. I love that.
That gives me throwbacks to when the gliders were first added and you had those clips of people jumping on the wings on either side like a seesaw. Oh man, that would have been funny. But no, they're just going to do it the more sensible approach and just give up the hard spawn car, which is actually not the one that you want to be losing out on. The Mirado that has the roof and the full tank of fuel to make those rotations nice and easy, but at the very least, they've got the high ground. They've got good sight lines on what lies ahead of them, so they should be able to find a path in towards the zone. BN United loving the high ground position up on Power Grid as they are pretty central. Do need to be a bit cautious as Unicorn Phoenix are starting to creep in. Chu leading the pack and actually making a bit of a presence within Power Grid itself. Very close to finding Clories looking over the other way as he glances over the high ground out to the west, and Senjo creeping in on the southern side, getting ahead of the likes of Alter Ego and Team Bliss, stealing away Church, where Archangel Predator are still lurking on the south side of Chumacera.
Phase 1 is still 3 minutes left till it is closed, but we're starting to see the center, just as with every game, it feels like with APAC, getting hotly contested. Attack all around and Day Trade almost stepping on each other's toes right now. Day Trade a little bit further out to the west, but obviously Attack all around, having landed in Picardo, could definitely cause some problems for them. And that's really a danger when you have a circle like this, when Picardo is in the center, because you have so much unplayable terrain up to the north, and it is so open down to the south. You really have the choice of you go to Chumacera and grab one of those compounds or the high ground, or you hunker down the compound in the middle of that open field and you just pray that you don't have to rotate out of there. And as far as I can tell, both Attack all around H-Trade are doing exactly that.
It's a slight difference to see Made in Thailand coming in from the east for once on a Miramar zone, as they're pretty typically going all the way down the west coast and coming in from the south. Usually this time around going to switch things up, come in at a slightly different angle. Possibility that they could take the high ground and backfill Team Extraordinaire off their position on the western side of Minas Generalis and use that to scout forward, which I'm sure they would be absolutely appreciative of. Teraton 5 taking a interesting decision, not going directly through around Hacienda, wrapping all the way north of San Martin. They might, if they go far enough, find themselves in a bit of a sandwich between the Expendables, who have set up alongside the Death Valley, so-called, for very, very good reason. But they're going to do their due diligence. They're going to scout forwards. They're going to make sure that they're not going to be falling victim to any sort of traps. That's what you love to see, particularly from a team that does have a less experienced roster, young players fresh out of academy, but it's that veteran presence of Rossitid JR, the man who's been around since the Tokyo Striker days of Season 1 PUBG Thailand series. So definitely fallen victim to plenty of trap in his time, and he's not going to let it happen here.
Now, it becomes a bit of a waiting game for teams like BN United. This is, I don't think any way other to put it, it's a power position. They've got that entire Picardo cliffside under control. They've got, obviously, Cloris out here. He's their westernmost player. The rest of them are playing the hills, the compounds, down to the southeast of Power Grid. So really strong from them. They are banking, it feels like, on it going up to the north and them being able to take control of any Power Grid circles, but they are still staying aware and alert and knowing that just because they think and maybe feel like it's going to go somewhere doesn't mean it actually will. So holding those cliffs gives them really good rotation options for when the time comes to make a move. Archangel Predator as well, also in a nice little spot. I like it. Lots of space around them. They shouldn't be getting threatened too much. And we always talk, Saga, about those phase 1 positions. It isn't really about setting up for the late game, is it? It feels like a lot of the time it's just making sure you're in the most rotatable position, because the chance of that circle coming towards you are very slim.
I mean, in APAC, we're often talking about the phase 1 crashes. I mean, I'm almost in shock that we haven't had to make any of those sort of comments this time around, as we have seen a shift that goes down towards the southern side of Picardo. A lot of wide splits that are going to have to be regrouped. Day Trade immediately are at least going to send Flash and Belmoth one compound closer. There was the warehouse in between themselves and the split with the rest of the squad. So whether or not they hold on to 2 compounds in the center and a 2-2 split and just tighten things up a little bit. BN United on the move. Archangel Predator forced away from their position. So no one actually committing to defending a position just yet. They were holding on to splits for really just whenever the phase popped to make sure that they had a foothold, a good position to hold on to, and more than happy to give things up. To me, oh, well, there we go. Kang, this time around, will go face first into Valancia. And Senjo, if they identify that he's a solo, they might look to try and come and clean him up. But for now, they're happy just to take the opposite side of the road, give the kill point over, and it's actually stolen away by MBK of Luxurious.
I mean, Luxurious, they're going to continue looking down on this. It's not really a surprise that we see NBK try to get involved, but just isn't able to get an angle onto that solo, so Senjo still have to be worried a little bit. And I'm just going to say, look, Picardo's inside circle. I'm not saying that that's where the end game's going to be, but I do wonder if it is in phase 3, do teams start panicking and sending it in there, potentially trying to have 2-3 different players from different squads inside Picardo, just in case it pulls down there, kind of as anchors?
I think it's definitely rarer to see a Picardo zone just because of the high ground, the rock faces that are just on the northern side of it. But you know what? I wouldn't be surprised. We've been teased of urban ending so many times, and then it just shifts away in phase 3, phase number 4. So, I mean, we'd love to see at least one throughout the tournament. I'm sure the players would appreciate something else. And I'm sure the same way Suzanami would appreciate not being shot in the back by Zest, but they pulled themselves directly into position. They're surrounded by BN and Simon holding the front lines. Maestro has run over Lima in midair, and he's been taken down as well. Down to Namzhao, the last man standing for NRX. That was a disaster of a crash.
Simon's going to be pretty happy about that, though. He's just got himself 2 free points, basically. Namzhao going to start moving his way through
he's got the sword off
NRXs. Oh, come on, Simon, please have a bit more success with this one. Namzhao just going to be holding the staircase as he watches for the peak. It now looks like Theraton 5 going to be getting pushed over towards Power Grid. Made in Thailand do need to be a little bit careful, though, because this is an inside zone. And while they have the info that, sure, there's a player inside this compound, they maybe don't know exactly where, as he just sneaks his way through. Rogue Nansmai gets in the vehicle, and there it is, Esquilusia set to fall. Rossitid picks up the kill, and well, that's a good start for Theraton 5, but we may just see a bit of a shotgun battle back in our previous compound as well. He's dropped the sword off, and he's picked up a big boy instead.
Well, Namzhao is making no real moves whatsoever. He's just going to drop out a smoke grenade. That might give away that he's lurking on the bottom floor. Clory's, I thought he was looking at the gas can. I thought he was thinking about that, but instead it's a shotgun just to round out the 3rd shotgun now in play for BN United, as the rest of the squad still holding on, trying to get rid of that final solo of NRX, as the zone, I'm sure, will be closing in a few seconds, might bring Clory's into the fray. Some shots coming in from Belmoth. Namzhao will get the opening one, and actually Simon rocks up, double barrel in hand with the sawn off, doesn't get the job done, but Sapao will be there to trade it out. Namzhao cleaned up, NRX eliminated. Actually, it's going to be all the way in phase 3 when we lose our first team.
Good attempt there, but unfortunately not enough in the end. The shotgun is too strong, but Myth up that hill. They're looking for an entrance into zone. They're going to stop a little bit short. Little do they know that they may just have gotten themselves a free couple points if they had crashed a little bit further. Never mind, as Alter Ego send their way through to the Rainbow Buildings, just going to be chilling on the other side of the road to Senjo. They're not too concerned about this one as far as the zone currently sits, with it shifting away from Picardo. The spaces are going to be limited unless you're a squad that really likes to rely on the hillsides. As Theraton 5, they're not afraid of taking fights in the open. The spray goes on to Juice, but it's just not enough to finish off the job.
Now surrounded on both sides as there's high ground for the Expendables, and Levi's and 777 lurking behind, but it's actually Clory's from the off angle who's going to dissuade him from taking that peak with a swift headshot from the roof of the long building. Still separated out from the rest of BN United, but it's much better to see that they're this time able to pick up some kill points without losing players. That has been a huge detriment that BN United have run into when it comes to getting those placement points.
Magic Esports, a squad we talked about earlier, is one who have seemingly been stepping it up since last week, continuing to apply the pressure as long as Q goes up, but it's going to be one nom that goes down to NBK instead. Jude on the other side looks to spray over towards Theraton 5, but is he going to be able to land it through the windows? Unfortunately not. Cheapsing stays alive and takes down Tally, but it's going to be a tricky one to remain in it much longer for Luxurious. As the nade comes over the top, he tries to return the spray, but in the end, Cheekzing gets the kill, and Magic Esports finish off Luxurious without taking a single casualty.
Yeah, I really don't know what to say about Luxurious. They had pretty solid, consistent performances in the Vietnam series, and it's all player names that individually have had success in their region and in APAC in the past, but things are just not meshing here when We're on the international stage for Luxurious. There'll be a lot to go back and VOD review. I'm sure they've already put in a lot of work towards that, but whatever it is that they've identified hasn't quite come with the success that they were hoping at the start of the final week of APAC. So definitely would love to see them pick up a win or two later on in the final couple of days, but it looks as though those are some distance away from coming into reality, as Unicorn Phoenix making a move now. They're going to be pushing in. They're going to go either side of Senjo and Alter Ego, and well, it's Unicorn Phoenix,
wow.
so you already know they're crashing.
It looked for a second like they were going to pull up, but as you mentioned, Unicorn Phoenix, they love to crash. They are not afraid to take a close-range fight, and that's exactly why Dat Blue able to take down Steel. He's quickly eliminated as Senjo try their best to remain in it. Reb going to be able to return the fire onto Shin V, but it's just not enough as Lynxy finally falls. Senjo go down in 14th position. That is so unfortunate. It felt like Senjo didn't even get time to return fire before they were already dead at that point. They were just so efficient in terms of kind of pre-firing while peeking. It was really smart from UMP right there.
Yeah, it definitely didn't help Senjo that there's no windows on the side of the buildings that Unicorn Phoenix was crashing from, so couldn't get the pre-nades out in time. Just ahead of the Expendables, T5 will rock up into the compound. That Molotov through the window will smack Patton Pong and sit him down before the burn damage even comes into effect. The grenade not going to be quite as successful, but Juns will into the other window. Teraton 5 dropped out once again, and the Expendables, well, definitely putting a bit more spice into that race for top 3.
Expendables now trying to regroup or maybe even continue to play the split as they move up top in a bit of a 2-1. Bryn does go down to Unicorn Phoenix as well. Unicorn Phoenix not done ruining OC's days. They take down yet another as now they send it down below Archangel Predator. I hate to say it, sorry, I don't like this position. I very rarely see it work out well. That position below Church and, well, Magic, they're in a tricky one as well.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of teams that are going to struggle now as the zone has shifted south for phase number 4. The Church is prime real estate. Insight has none of that for himself, but Monty, he does have a teammate who's that cracked, is definitely going to be very beneficial at dropping down 2 of Cerberus, but the high ground for Archangel Predator, just too easy for them to get that shot. Finish off the flush onto Insight as well. Mirage, he's been caught out in the compound by himself, put in a bit of a battle. It wasn't quite enough, and well, that's job done. Cerberus now eliminated. 3rd and 4th position down. 5th place down to just a single solo player remaining, and like you said, lurking in not the best of positions underneath Church. Definitely a big opportunity now for BN United and even potentially Myth to try and close that gap and make a push for the top 5.
BN United, though, as Simon tried to go for the heels, he was spotted out from above. Expendables looking to finish the job, but it's Sapu with the Mini 14 that finds just the head. The Expendables, they send Levi's in. He's on one side of the smoke, but Cloris gets prepared to throw down even more. The Molotov landed, that Zest falling. They should have a read on where those players are as the Expendables, unfortunately, spotted round the edge of the smoke and finished off out in 10th position. More follow it down as the circle gets ready to pop as it centers up over towards Archangel Predator. I know I mentioned that I didn't like Team Bliss's position, but it might have just been the best play considering everyone else is now going to have to send it in, and Archangel Predator have themselves a bit of a shooting range set up.
Yeah, it's a very rough zone to find a spot in, but Clory's keeping the team going. He must have had the gamer goggles, the binoculars out to spot the pixel difference there as the Expendables lurking around the edge of the smoke, both sprayed down. BN United now up to 8 kills with 3 alive and actually very, very close to picking up a placement point. But, you know, I've mentioned BN United once again. They're immediately getting knocked. I've got to start cursing somebody else. But Tanawat picks up a drop onto Clory's. I'm sure they should be able to grab the revive, but made in Thailand, they need to make a move in the zone. They could use that opportunity to push forwards. They're not going to go for a full send crash. They're just going to go for a defensive position on the low ground, just along the dip, actually further to the north away from where Monty is the last man standing for Team Bliss, but very much under the watchful eyes of Daytrade, and Attack All Around might have this position in mind as well.
Circle, obviously, having shifted to Archangel Predator, has left everyone high and dry up to the north, and Attack All Around are starting to feel the burn as Daytrade land a couple shots. Made in Thailand are just going to be waiting. Jacobs there with the pre-fire, but Tanawa just flashing everything that moves. Molotov under the vehicle. Jacob blows up Jayers as the car goes flying into the sky. Gems takes down. Jacob finishes off the job as Attack All Around. They may not be down, but they're all but out. Glooms remains in it, completely surrounded, pinned into the wall as Unicorn Phoenix make a push of their own up against Daytrade. First versus second. The frag is perfect from Flash. Takes down Dat Blue and Chew. One-on's gonna be down. Flash returns the fire. Unicorn Phoenix taking some serious damage as now they only have one player left. Daytrade are moving in to finish off the job. The frag's there, and there it is. Unicorn Phoenix out in 8th. Daytrade completely solidify their position at the top of the leaderboard.
PCS6 APAC brought to you, directed by Michael Bay, as explosions left, right, and center, and Daytrade come out ahead of their closest competition for top spot. Monty does what he can to defend 2 drops onto Alter Ego, but Vlancha once again being that last man standing to pick up the pieces. Mad Dog, oh, he knows this player's knocked underneath. He's got a grenade, he's got a Molotov. He wants to clean up these points. He will spot a 9 TP, and he's just going to drop the grenade over the edge now. Needs to get it very, very close, though. The underarm is actually going to go a little bit too far. It's difficult to get a grenade down. It's even harder to shoot down to this angle, but he's going to try.
The Molotov's there. It's a little bit far, but it's still applying pressure. They might actually not be able to get the revive just based purely off of the position of the player and where the Molotov is. He might just end up bleeding. But honestly, looking at this circle, it's not too bad for them after all. They are going to be able to get the res after all. But Archangel Predator, they've got high ground. They've got heals. They have a compound that has, even after being looted, a significant amount of ammo and meds inside it. They should still be able to get themselves something, but as Nan goes down, it's starting to cause some problems as we hit that 22, 23 minute mark. Things start to spice up. Mad Dog tries to find an angle, and right now they're just bullying Alter Ego to avoid them from pushing more than actually trying to kill them.
Well, the gap between first and second place, Unicorn Phoenix, after getting that first win of the day, closed it to 35 points, but we're very much expecting Daytrade to be able to extend it out once again, as there is one solo remaining for Attack All Around on the northern side of the zone. BN lurking to the west, and, well, just a straight-up brawl between Alter Ego and Archangel Predator, both representatives of the Challenger Rumble. Vlancha will not be getting the better of Algen bots this time around. Nan almost taken down, but the trade was there. Have to drop a smoke, though, because third-party shots from behind from BN United are really causing problems for Archangel Predator.
They really are, but CJ is more than happy to clean that one up as TD goes down. Clarice is catching him from behind as Alter Ego, while they may have taken casualties, they can't draw the full attention of Archangel Predator right now. They need to spread themselves a little to cover in case a team like BN United start making a push, and well, that's exactly what's happened. Clarice has been spotted on the run as Gloom's just chilling barely inside the zone, and he's just relying on Daytrade to keep him secure now, ironically.
He really just has to hope that they've forgotten about him, or maybe think that he wrapped up towards the western side of zone behind BN United, but I'm sure Daytrade is not a team that's going to take that risk. You can already see Flash looking directly that direction on the minimap. They definitely are not gonna take anything for granted and just be completely aware of the possibility, because Gloom's had 5 nades, so if they drop their guard for even a second, he could very quickly cause a lot of damage. The grenades so far in this game alone have been absolutely ridiculous in terms of the damage that they've dealt, the kills, the vehicles that have been flying through the air. It's been explosions. A very explosive final game of Miramar before we head on over to Wrangle to round out the day. And Attack All Around, once again, making an appearance in the top 5. So definitely a much, much better start to today, but maybe expected as we have 3 games of Miramar. And well, as soon as we head on over to Wrangle, if they do go back to hot dropping, things might slow down a little bit. So Glooms, make the most of it, get every point that they possibly can, but it's difficult competition to try and take points away from Daytrade.
I love what Algen Bots is doing here. He is anchoring. He has not given anything away. He's just calling it all to Nan.
Oh, what?
Letting them sponge up the info. But wow, This game just got a whole lot trickier for Archangel Predator, as now they have to move off of the church position that everybody has been looking at into Day Trade, who and there's no other way to put it. Day Trade are the only squad. They run this circle right now. Nobody else comes close. They're just clearing out behind. They know that there could be a solo, but little do they know that Glooms is just behind the other rock. They have no idea. Flash is clearing out wide just in case, but now Algin Bot and Nan pushing together. Flashbangs up. Archangel Predator get the opening knock. It's going to be Nan to take down Clarice as Algin Bots finishes up the job. 4th place confirmed for Archangel Predator, but that's all that Glooms is going to get.
Well, it's an extra placement point out of it. Almost got the knock onto Nurins as well, but I think it was the level 3 gear that gave him that extra little bit of a boost just to keep him alive. Now it's a 3-way battle, but Alter Ego definitely looking the worse for wear on the lower ground from both sides, down to just 2 players remaining. Archangel Predator, they've got the high ground, but they have to somehow get down from there without getting poked apart from all angles by Day Trade, with all the various angles that they can pop up from. They've got a massive ridge to work with, so they could really just be like meerkats wherever they want, just pop up and deal some damage, and Algin Bots finds that out the hard way. Combination of Poochills and Flash will take him down from range, and there's no trades, no damage even dealt by Archangel Predator back in response.
Archangel Predator are just spread too thin. They're having to focus onto multiple fights at once, and that's why we're seeing them taking casualties. Sure, it worked out for them so well in the early game, but they've drawn that much attention and not been able to really clean up all of the fights. It's put them in a tricky position. Granted, they're in the top 2. They still have 2 players standing. One may be knocked, but he's getting pushed now by Day Trade. That's why we've got CJ moving down this hillside, trying to get into an aggressive position. They're just praying now that Phase 8 somehow hard shifts towards Archangel Predator and not towards Day Trade, but that's hard because Day Trade now have the complete Phase 7 circle under their control. They know exactly where Poochills is, but they haven't been able to land any shots. Mad Dog is doing his best to cover, but as smokes come down, it really is all onto CJ, and well, Poochills comes out the top, is spotted out and taken down. CJ now needs to push as Belmoth comes round the back. Mad Dog narrowly avoids the Molotov. Flash is still there as well, and he needs to provide cover, but it looks like Mad Dog stepped into the Molotov. He's going to be backing off for the heal. Day Trade just have to hold steadfast, and then when these players inevitably move, watch it. But CJ, he's watching the edge of the smoke, and Day Trade, well, they're starting to come under pressure.
I think Phase 8 Zone has done all it can to try and keep Mad Dog in the equation and give Archangel Predator a chance to use that high ground to try and fight back against Day Trade. But regardless, he is going to have to move in a few seconds' time. And as soon as that is really forced of him, he's in deep trouble. Belmoth and Norins are there waiting to receive, and it's not going to be a welcome party. And Flash, once again, he played this exact role in the win they picked up against Team Bliss in the compound, lurking by himself, holding an angle to prevent any sort of movement from CJ and keep him hemmed in, while Belmoth and Norins try to deal with the man on the high ground. 12 kills for Archangel Predator. Again, a good fragging game, but CJ is lurking on the edge of the smokes, and I might not actually be able to bring Flash into the equation once that smoke starts to dissipate.
This is so smart from Day Trade, but I don't think they realize just how wide Mad Dog has ended up wrapping. Maybe thinking, oh, he's over by CJ. They're working as a team. Flash needs to start getting aggressive now. He needs to take down CJ for Day Trade to really be able to make something out of this. As CJ makes some noise, now it's going to be the chance for Flash to move. But oh no, Nurins finds the kill, and in the end, it's all over. Day Trade back on form. 6th chicken dinner. Unfortunately, it took a little bit more than 8 games to get it this time, though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. How does a 33% win rate at a Continental competition sound to you? Because that's what Day Trade is working with, and no surprise whatsoever that they're just so chilled out. They're relaxed. They're used to grabbing those dubs for this competition. It's their 6th one in 18 games, and they are absolutely storming their way back through. The perfect response to Unicorn Phoenix picking up the win in game number 1 is just to extend that gap right back to where it was at the start of the day. And Day Trade just proving that they are not a team to trifle with. They're definitely one of the stronger teams coming from the APAC region, and they've been around for a while, and finally they're getting their chance at the top.
18 games, 5 chicken dinners. If my public matches went anything like that, I would be a lot more confident of a player. And you know what? The confidence is earned from day trade. You mentioned, you know, to be able to do that at a continental competition is so impressive. But a team like day trade, now the question becomes, can they keep this going till PGC? Because with the way that things currently stand, they don't necessarily need an amazing performance come PCS7 to be able to get themselves a PGC slot. As long as they are up in the top couple of teams, which I'm assuming they probably will be, they should be pretty locked in to go forward. So it's about that long haul, isn't it? It's not just about one set of games, one tournament. It's about being able to do it long term. And we really don't want a repeat of what happened last time with Miramar, where we end up seeing a squad win an event and then not do so great after.
Yeah, and in terms of long-term, we're talking about day trade, we have to give a shout out to Coach Chak. He's been with them pretty much from the beginning, from the get-go, all the way back in PCS1, and he's taken this team to brand new heights, to global events, every single Continental series they've been involved in since the charity showdown, and, well, they've definitely shown that they are getting that same progression. Of course, Belmoth joining the actual main roster after a brief stint on Sharper. He went to PGIS as a sub with Day Trade and now has come back in and certainly found fragging form alongside Nurins and Flash, who are just absolutely popping off. And Puchil's strong IGLing, putting the team in good positions and getting that defensive cohesion on point, even when a team, the likes of Unicorn Phoenix, is full send crashing, and they've shown that they're very successful when it comes to crashing. They got picked apart in seconds without even a single response.
No, very, very impressive indeed all around. Every team that made it into the top end of things really did impress me in that match, especially with the nature of the terrain. It was so open in areas, yet so vertical. I think that's why we saw Archangel Predator get so many kills out of that, just being able to take the high ground and farm. Granted, they didn't get themselves that chicken dinner, but they got themselves like 10 or 11 kills that match. That was still a huge performance from them.
Yeah, definitely one that we needed to see as well. But 5 kills from Norins. I mean, do we need to see more kills? He's proven he can do it, but we will take every single point he can get. There is a reason that Norins is already locked in for the PUBG Nations team for Thailand, because this man does not stop. He does not slow down, and he's absolutely popping off right here as well. So fantastic to see. Yet another great performance from Day Trade. 23 points, expanding the gap at the top once again, and proving that week 1 wasn't a fluke. They might have slowed down in day number 3, but once again, consistency is king, and Day Trade Gaming is absolutely the most consistently winning team that we have right here.
What is it with second place teams getting so many kills? Archangel Predator able to pick up 12 that match. That's only 1 less than Day Trade, who we kind of typically think of as a massive powerhouse in the region, one of consistently the strongest teams. Taking a look over at the leaderboard, though, that win has just stretched Day Trade's lead out even further. There's 53 points just to catch up with them for Unicorn Phoenix. Never mind the squads down below. Is that even a feasible lead to close out within the next 2.5 at this point days?
You know, every single game that goes by, it gets less and less feasible. Maybe we could say, okay, 50-point gap in 15 games is difficult. 50-point gap in 12 games, we're really pushing the boundaries there. But Unicorn Phoenix, well, they're a team that in PCS5 was absolutely dominant in the first couple of weeks. It certainly has the strong competition of Day Trade this time around, but they are definitely a team that is capable of doing it. It's a bit of a slow day for Teraton 5, only picking up 3 points across the first 3 games. So if they wanted to have a chance, they really would have had to start coming out strong. And the similar thing for Cerberus as well, who they got a second place. They picked up some kill points, but the gap is still very wide for this point in the competition. And I think Top Spot might just have evaded them unless they can maybe pick up back-to-back wins on a Wrangle to give themselves that momentum coming into the final 2 days. It's a long shot, but realistically, it has to start in the next game.
2 games left tonight, obviously still 10 more to play after that over the weekend. But before they come up, we're going to take a quick break, come back in a couple minutes for game number 1 of Wrangle.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The PUBG Continental Series is back, with PCS6 just around the corner. As the finest teams around the world prepare for battle, it's time once again to learn about what prizes you fans can bring home with the Pick'em Challenge. Want to find out how to earn valuable esports points and free voting coupons? Let's dive right into it. There's a ton of new PCS6 esports items waiting for you to purchase and earn, starting with this tournament's premium items. Until May 6th, you'll be able to pick up PCS6 themed items for your own games and support your favorite teams while doing so. Each purchase supports our PCS6 teams, with 30% of net sales going right back to them via the prize pool. Purchasing PCS6 items will also reward you with up to 14 voting coupons to use in Pick'em Challenge events. Buying gets you cool stuff while supporting the teams you love watching and giving you extra chances to earn even more. One change this time around. Voting periods for teams will be held separately, as regions face off during separate 2-week competitions. You can vote for Asia Pacific and Americas regions from April 6th until April 22nd, and Asian and European regions from April 25th until May 6th. Now, let's take a look at all the ways to pick 'em and win. The first event of the Pick'em Challenge is the Pick the Winner game. Use your voting coupons to predict the overall winners for each participating region. If your chosen team is declared the winner of their region, you get 100,000 EP to spend in the esports shop. With 4 different regions, that's 400,000 EP up for grabs in the game, so plan your picks out and sit back while the EP rolls in. The second game is Team Face-Off. In Team Face-Off, you can earn EP without needing a coupon, simply by picking the winner between 2 rival teams. Like before, EP prizes will be weighted depending on how many votes a team has gotten, so playing it safe for a smaller prize or risking your vote for a higher payout are both valid options. Prizes range from 400 to 7,600 EP, so choose your team and cheer them on. There are also ways for you to earn a free voting coupon and bonus EP. First, tune into PCS6 live streams for a special code that pops up during the games. Redeeming the code fast enough will grant you another free voting coupon. You'll be able to grab 2 voting coupons from the first week of APAC Americas and Asia Europe streams, so don't forget to stay tuned as the tournament begins. For even more EP, make sure your Krafton account is connected to Twitch. You'll earn EP through drops by watching official tournament broadcasts. You can also play the Pick and Go game on official PUBG Twitch channels. Pick and Go puts you up against randomly selected players to each choose the 9 teams you think will perform best in the next match. Enter your picks and watch your score grow as the match goes on. If your points beat out the other teams, you'll earn some EP. A new Pick and Go game starts each match, so play often and win more. To check out the teams and cast your votes, pop into the PCS6 Esports tab by clicking the PCS logo in the menu. Here you'll find info on the tournament. You can also click on the button in the bottom left corner to learn more at the official PUBG Esports website. The Esports tab will be operational until May 25th. You picked them, now it's time to spend them. Browse through the Esports shop and plan out how to spend your soon-to-be oodles of EP. Once you've collected your points, come back and spend them on your favorite items. The shop will only be open until May 25th, and any leftover EP will be lost after the store closes, so make sure to use it all. The first global event of 2022 is almost here. Which squads will claim victory for their region? Find out when PUBG Continental Series 6 begins on April 15th. Pick your teams, cast your vote, and tune in for all the great PUBG esports action.
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS6 APAC Saga. We are now switching over to Wrangle, and I believe as you mentioned before the stream. You've got some interesting stats to share with us for this one.
Yeah, definitely. As we're switching on over, we saw Attack All Around has actually had a pretty solid day today, but I mean, it's a total of what, 100 points that they ended up on overall, something around that margin. Only 18 points on a Wrangle for Attack All Around, and a large part of that is coming from the hot drop in Pachinki against the Expendables, which at this point, I don't even know whether to say we expect it to be coming on or whether it's just a given that there will not be an end to this all-out brawl. They were hot dropping there all through PGC as well, so AAA ain't giving up. So if there's going to be a time where we're not seeing this hot drop, it's going to come from the Expendables, but they've spent half of the tournament already doing it, so I don't see it slowing down anytime soon.
I mean, they're literally called the Expendables, so I can take my guess at what I think is going to happen. I think that the name definitely doesn't bode well for Attack All Around, but at the end of the day, look, if Attack All Around are able to have success with the hot drops, they're able to get it down to a T, because obviously they've had a week of scrims, of VOD review, the opportunity to make those adjustments that they need to make. Now coming into today could be their opportunity to make those changes to be able to clean up the hot drops and then go on to have amazing Wrangle performances that we just haven't seen out of them yet.
Yeah, it's been a slow day as well for Made in Thailand. Pretty close one with a late stage push onto Team Bliss in one of our games earlier on. But so far, it really has been the Wrangle show for Made in Thailand. Giving up their drop spot to BN United on Miramar has not helped them. So we'll see if they can get back to Wrangle and start picking up the pace once again for match 4.
Here we go into a Wrangle to wrap up the day. 2 games left, including this one, of course. So a lot of pressure on for these teams, because after this one, after the next, it's on to the final day. There's on to the final weekend, I should say. You're really into the bulk of it. You have 2 days left. That's only 10 matches. That really isn't much in the grand scheme of things.
It certainly is not. Team Bliss need to get every single point that they could potentially get out of these. And, well, the 2 wins that they have been able to find so far on day number 3 of week 1 came on Eastern-sided Wrangle circles, which looks very much like we're going back into that same familiar territory, or if not, potentially even a Millie Island circle. So would definitely be good to see them get back on the scoreboard. They had about double the points on Wrangle that they had on Miramar at the start of today, so very much back to home turf territory for them. Day trade, well, this time around, normally they'd be going quite as far as Ferry Pier, sometimes even to Quarry and Primorsk, but they're not going to bother this time around. They're just lurking by the bridge, half expecting maybe the military island zone, but just hedging their bets a little bit, having players on both sides just to make sure no one can camp them out in the same way as, once again, we're heading towards the center of the map. 8 parachutes on their way over to Pachinki.
I'd expect nothing less, especially a circle like this. It's APAC, isn't it? There's not really much you can say other than it's APAC. We got a team hot drop in Pachinki. We've got a circle that is just mental. It's all the way up at Stauber, but still somehow is half water. You've got Bliss down at Millie Base with such a long way to go. 3 teams, down at Millie Base. And now, as the Pachinki hot drop starts to kick off, you can see Attack All Around. Jankyu opens the initial shot. It seems like each team has kind of taken half of the city to themselves, which is what I've been saying that they want to do for a while, but to still have Levi's anchoring down to the south is a big risk for the Expendables.
Yeah, this is a different dynamic than what we normally see in the hot drop. As Attack All Around, they've sort of taken the eastern tip of Pachinki, whereas normally it's just a brawl straight up in the middle where you can see 777 is lurking his way around. Normally there's a lot of the rooftops coming into play and just slowing down the players. You can't really push through when someone's on that high ground angle. Now it's more difficult to put those into use because it's just long range shots coming from either side. So maybe we're even going to see players having a little bit better loot before they commit to these fights. And we're actually getting an underground fight between Jun and Gems. Gems, what's off, looking to try and find a flank, will smoke off the angle. And Jun is just going to try and push forward, flush him out with a Molotov. Oh, that's close.
This is... Saga, how many times have you seen it in a tournament where teams are that committed to taking Pachinki, we end up seeing tunnel fights? I have to say, personally, not too many. The Expendables now getting ready to move back as Attack All Around start to salvage things a little. But let's be honest, Attack All Around right now have been given a corner of Pachinki, and that's about it. The Expendables have managed to get control of most of the city, and it feels, at least as it currently stands, that the Expendables have won this hot drop.
And that's yet without a knock coming over either way, but just purely in terms of the fact that they've got basically 2/3 of the city that they can loot, maybe even 3/4 with the way it sort of tapers off towards the eastern end where AAA are sort of corralled into, means that they'll be able to get away with the much better loot, much better utility. And even when a fight does start to kick off, actually we're already seeing, I think it's Jayers making his way out of Pachinki towards the south to look for loot elsewhere. Meanwhile, we'll take a quick look at how things rounded out in the previous game. Not at all a surprise to see 2 apiece for Daytrade and Archangel Predator in the top 4 kills. Was the top 2 teams picked up pretty much half the kills in the lobby in game number 3 of the day. And Checksing as well, making a cameo appearance in the top 5 too.
It's good to see him up there. I a little bit intrigued by the amount of damage he did. He did about 300 something damage there, whereas the rest of them a considerable amount more. But look, when you're a squad like Magic and you're going for those third parties, then it's kind of natural that you're going to come across a lot of knocks, that your priority is just to flush out. BN United move up over to this compound looking for Theraton 5 players, but they've already made a move, and now Balnam United going to be pretty happy about this one. They have a very strong position that, at least in the current circle, if it pulls up to the north, they're going to have first dibs on getting up to Starber.
Yeah, Theraton 5, of course, will be their main competition in doing so. Normally dropping over in South George. No chance of getting there on the zone, the flight path that we had this time around. So taking a bit of an alt drop up by Kameshki, or the Witch's Nose, as I'm told it'll be called by the old school boys, Hypoc and Godspeed, calling it that little ridge that sticks out a little bit on the northeastern coast. They're going to be lurking around that area. They did try to send Patampong up to claim a bit of Stalber, but scared away by BN United. Archangel Predator not going to be scared away at all, as Wondon just hops in the vehicle, goes the opposite direction, gets a huge nudge from CJ, forced to back out and take the fight, spun out in place, and he's got nowhere to go. Lost all momentum in the vehicle, and Magic, well, they really don't want to be losing momentum today. They've had a fantastic start to the day, but Archangel Predator certainly putting a bit of a doorstop in the way of them at the start of a wrangle.
Archangel Predator definitely not afraid to show the aggression tonight. That's something that I've noticed. They have been a much more confident team than what I feel like we saw last week out of them. Sure, they played well, but it didn't feel like they were feeling themselves. It definitely feels like they've stepped it up now, as have a couple of other teams, Cerberus being one of those, but they might be feeling the pain if Team Extraordinaire can land a couple more shots. It's the Mosin. Please let it happen. No, it cuts away just before as we head back over to the hot drop. Jayers has managed to get all the way around the other side of Pachinki now. This is dedication. These teams are potentially throwing away their PCS just for a drop spot. This is about pride at this point. There's no other. I'm trying to think what else it could be over. It has to just be pride. I'm at a loss for words, Saga.
Yeah, realistically, I mean, both of these teams domestically know that holding on to Pachinki is a huge, huge feat when it comes to picking up wins. And, well, that's the first opening knock. It actually comes from Jayers, who is the man who flanked all the way around, looted up in the church, got himself a bolty and a couple of grenades and puts them to solid use. Definitely would not have expected Attack All Around to be the team to pick up the first knock when you've got Gloom's just lurking in the tunnels with a shotgun and no vest, and Jankarov proning with an M249 on the tip of town. But it will be Jun to be the first casualty out of all of this, and maybe that's going to mark a little bit more aggression to come from Attack All Around.
I've got to hope so. As things currently stand, they're going to be going down to Blue Zone with just how far away they are from the rest of the circle. We should probably point out as well, you know how 3 teams all landed down at the Millie Island? Yeah, they've been fighting. They've been taking shots at each other because they are all trying to get over that eastern bridge. So for anyone wondering why you're potentially seeing that in the kill feed, that is why. I would highly recommend opening up PUBG Esports map because there is so much action going on it is so hard to keep track of all of it as an observer. I feel so sorry for that team of observers out there. As now finally the fight starts to kick off. The Expendables 777 has taken some damage, but right as I thought he was about to die, he gets into a builds up a first aid.
He did already have quite a few, of course, with Expendables having the opportunity to loot most of the town. It's attack all around that when you've got somebody like Gems who has just been knocked out and revived, he's on bandage duty for the next probably about a minute straight, if he even has enough to get to that point. Reb, well, I mean, it's kind of a sad sight to see him rocking up on the Western Bridge this late on. He actually might have the opportunity to spot out Team Bliss as they're taking a very cautious approach to crossing over the Western Bridge, knowing that Day Trade dropped around this area, might be anticipating a bit of a late stage bridge camp to come through, but they're definitely just keeping their eyes open, and hopefully it shouldn't be too much OCE violence coming on the Western Bridge either. But still, just the blue zone encroaching. It's not going to stop them battling it out between themselves. Duck Juice with a 3 vest could be a huge swinging factor in the way that this fight will end up, but still, it's the one-man advantage for attack all around.
This is what I was worried about. The Eastern Bridge was already being camped. It maybe gave Bliss some ideas, but it looks like Senjo are going to be moving in behind. Steel with the bolt. Please, I want to see him make something happen out of this, as Brain is just going to be busy hopping into the vehicle. Bliss need to get away from this one at quick time. They cannot afford the fight as a headshot actually landed. I thought that Lynxy had done it with the bolt, but no, it's Reb with his DMR. As in comes the shotgun. Glooms is going to be able to take down Duck Juice. Levi's eliminates Jayers in return as the Expendables are down to just 2, but attack all around still with that player advantage to work with. They want to get the revive, but it's not going to happen. Playzone finishes that one off as it looks like it's going to be an open Yaz ending, but the blue fights seems like it has nothing to do with where the zone is. They're going to be here no matter what.
Hey, Day Trade, how would you like the entirety of the southwest of the zone to pick a priority spot from as they make their way into completely wide open field, plenty of space to move into, and all the teams that are coming in behind still over on the Western Bridge from Military Island. Senjo still on Sosnovka Island itself. Still 2 teams fighting out in Pachinki. There's like 6 or 7 teams not even in the zone right now, so 777, he just has to try and fall back. I don't know if he can even find a vehicle to get out of here or whether it's just going to be going down with the ship. Glooms will just instantly finish off the job, and I'm sure there'll be some body shooting coming through. Like you said, it's about pride at this point. Just get the heals off first, and then you can BM the bodies.
Now time to get the hell into zone and somehow get loot along the way, because the downside of taking a fight like that is you burnt through most of your utility and meds very early on, so they're probably not going to have the attachments they want, not enough ammo, not enough heals to really make it into the late game. Senjo definitely feeling the burn there. They've been pressured off of one bridge camp, and we should point out as well, Bliss have camped up over at that Western Bridge now, so it looked like Bliss were just moving to get away. No, they went for the bridge camp. Senjo are now going to have to go back around the east, meaning they're going to have no meds left, and potentially even come into the zone at the same time of Bliss, because Bliss haven't even looked at making a move into circle yet.
They are finally on the move now, but given the attack all around, going to be making a move out of Pachinki fairly soon. It's actually going to be quite congested coming in from the southwestern portion of zone. Volcano in particular is going to be a bit of a priority spot between AAA and Team Bliss, and I'm sure AAA would be more than happy to fight for it at this point. Pet Dret will actually cop a headshot from Namshao as Suzunami is prone. Creeps his way around Leon's Q. He had a grenade in hand, but I think he did manage to switch over to the M4 just in time. Magic really not having the start to a Wrangle that would be reminiscent of the Miramar games that they've had so far today. Checksing now last man standing, has to dip off. Still getting tagged up through the trees. The Shinvi tracking the vehicle through the leaves. Checksing, where can he even go that's safe? I'm not even sure if safe is a word that is possible to be found in the zone right now, as well, he might get into this dip and survive for a couple of minutes longer until somebody inevitably crashes the position.
This is brutal. Bliss have finally made themselves a move out of here. They are going to work their way into zone, but honestly, at this point, they've been in the blue for that long. You've got to think by the time they arrive, they're going to have nothing else. I mean, the circle closes in. As open as this looks, Saga, Yaz is still a possibility here. It is only phase 2. I think that because the amount of action, we're maybe forgetting that.
They're just foot pushing. They didn't bring a vehicle with them. They almost could. There's definitely a possibility they could have caught Puchil's off guard out in the open as the 2-2 split of day trade looking to be punished by BN United, but they didn't bring a vehicle over here. They just ran up on foot. There's shots coming in from Yasnaya proper, and maybe that's just the bait to get Puchil's hard peeking into Yasnaya town itself, not at all aware of the push coming through from Simon, but the grenade doesn't make it through the door. That has signaled the alarm bells for day trade. And now the option is, do they try and stick around to fight, or do they hop in the car and get out knowing that danger is close?
It's a tough one. I mean, for BN United, you've got to think you're this close. Just commit to it. They're going to send the vehicles in now. Day Trade are panicked. They're moving vehicles of their own. They may decide they actually want to back off of this one. Belmoth up above was providing support. He's going to be moving in to regroup. So I think now BN United have realized this. They're going to try and move back, but they've given so much away here. They are wide open. Now, Bliss have backfilled. This could work out well for them. Granted, they've been in the blue for a while, but they are still mostly full health, and they can use this hillside to try and catch Day Trade from behind while BN United pinch them from the front.
Almost certain that Belmoth would have stayed on that ridge himself and tried to overlook BN United if Team Bliss hadn't come out of the blue zone and forced him away from that position. Did not want to be caught up in a 4v1 without the availability of assistance from the squad. So pushing forwards, Day Trade definitely more than happy to play from the center. They've shown very strong proficiency at playing from the edge of zone as well. Just whatever the game throws at them, they are more than happy to take. And long-range shots as well as a knock onto Zest from out of nowhere. But it's that backfilling team Insight finding an angle onto Puchil's. I don't think they're going to commit to a push onto Day Trade, but certainly might just grab that flush if the opportunity presents itself. Senjo making a move. They've gone past Luxurious. Team Bliss putting shots in towards them. Where are they going to pull up?
It's a tough one, but you know that there are so few places you have to feel like the crash. I mean, the ultimate karma here is that Senjo send it straight into Bliss and they end up finally scrapping it out, or even Luxurious, but Archangel Predator now send it into the center. Well, NRX hear this. NRX have high ground. Most importantly, NRX have a hell of a lot of utility in their back pocket. This is what I was talking about, Saga. Bliss and Senjo so close to each other. OC are just determined to grief each other tonight, it feels like.
Yeah, thankfully Senjo managed to keep their players alive as, well, beyond the one that was lost earlier on. I believe it was Kang that was picked off by Luxurious as they tried to make their way over the Eastern Bridge. But there is a tiny little dip that they can play for now while there is pressure onto Team Extraordinaire holding onto Heaven and forcing them from peeking over towards this western side. But Luxurious and Alter Ego both having to make a move in from the south once that sort of this little bit of an altercation is dealt with. There's definitely dangerous territory for Senjo unless they can fully commit to holding the southern side without the possibility of third parties from Myth and Team Extraordinaire. But I'm sure that's a possibility that is just going to absolutely stay there for as long as possible. Team Bliss still with a bit of a wide 2-1-1 split, not entirely happy with just taking the compound and holding the ridge, but pushing forwards, making a move into the crater as well. Monty with his eyes over towards attack all around as Luxurious still putting some shots in. Sylphie tagged down low as Anang Tippy will answer back with more damage of his own.
Sylphie's still remaining in it, but forced to drop down. Shouldn't be too much of a threat right now, as it really is the southern side where teams have to play game of chicken in terms of how they're going to move. It seems like Luxurious, though, they're far from chickens as they go out wide and BK finds the head. Now, Alter Ego getting pinned down. One player done thanks to the vehicle explosion. 1, 2, 3, 4, though. Lays there prone with the mutant and just gets absolutely melted by Tally. Beautifully done. NBK looks to find one more. It's one more final nail in the coffin, but the nade comes. It doesn't quite land. The second one, however, does. Vlancha goes down as it's all down to Teddy to try and get out of here, but with Made in Thailand coming behind, nades landing all around. He's so low, and Alter Ego out in 14th position.
Out of the frying pan, straight into Tanawat is just sight, just directly on top of him. Can't get away in the vehicle. lining up the headshot as he tries to make a swift exit. But now Team Bliss, they've actually pushed out over the road to the south, not only committing to holding on a wide area, but wanting to stack up those points and reclaim 4th spot away from Cerberus, who have crept up above them. But Made in Thailand making the push out from the southern side of Heaven have opened the door for Extraordinaire to get a little aggressive. Trick's got 5 grenades. He can put so much of a bombardment over the top now. The grenade's already starting to land through onto the one singular knocked player. NBK team knock 74L1, but that doesn't stop him from squad wiping the rest of Senjo, his 5th kill of the game. Their entire team just got completely destroyed as they made the push into that little dip like we knew was always going to happen.
That was so impressive to see. As Made in now having a bit of a scrappy fight. They got Unicorn Phoenix on one side, Team Extraordinaire round the back, NRX somewhere else. I can't even read the minimap right now. There's that much going on. As the nades do start to land through, Smell is going to be falling for Luxurious, which may start to turn the tide. But honestly, NRX right now, having Maestro in this position, could absolutely find themselves a huge opening into zone. Rodan's might comes through with the SLR spam. Knows there's going to be more players ahead as Kid X talk about Extraordinaire. Beautiful spray to finish off Myth, but now with NRX taking the fight against Archangel Predator, it could be their opportunity to not only get the heal, but also get back into this fight.
Suzanami with a spray down, and he's quickly traded out by Algen bots as it's just chaos on the southeastern side of zone. Team Bliss getting involved, putting some shots in as well. Unicorn Phoenix, I'm sure, now that seeing all this chaos going on to their south, will try and clean up whatever they can. They're already in the vehicles and on the move. There's a definite skill to kill feed counting that IGLs often do, and good luck with it. Well, there's an easy one. Archangel Predator has been absolutely wiped off the face of a Wrangle this time around, and it looks like NRX might be next on the chopping block as Chu, still throwing grenades, won't quite make it. Could very easily have taken down Namshao, but Kid X is there waiting for his chance as well.
Kid X just waiting patiently, knows the NRX, if they get pushed from the front, are going to have to kind of resort to the back. Chu takes down one, Namshao going in the trade. Chu takes down another, or at least tags him up as Maestro is eliminated by Shin V. Team Extraordinaire do fall, but it's followed up by a nade onto Unicorn Phoenix. Sorry, from Unicorn Phoenix onto NRX, out in 9th position, narrowly missing out on the placement points, but MBK, well, he's already got 5 kills. He knows that these players are dead, knows there's another squad up above, and more importantly, knows the terrain, realizes there's not much chance of him getting out of here alive, so he's just gonna have to sneak up now behind Unicorn Phoenix. Opts to take the shots. It's a brave move, and well, it's Theraton 5, Ranger X to punish as he tries to get out of here.
Oh, look at that for a top 8 in the lobby, though. The kill feed on the left. Every single team in the top 6 still alive with 4 players as the chaos has been going on between all the teams that are lower down in the standings. Luxurious actually maybe lucky to get out of there with a single player alive, but MBK, I don't really know how much longer he's going to be in that state. Is he's just going to try and go straight down the middle? I think he might just try and go for some sort of seat swap and just take somebody down with him. Shinvi looks like he's going to be the option, but he just absolutely puts that idea to bed instantly and takes it down. That vehicle is actually coming back around, looking for a possible run over somehow, but no, Unicorn Phoenix have kept all 4 players alive. Attack all around, the only team missing a player, but Exgrozit looking to change that with a headshot on Shinvi.
Really nice from Unicorn Phoenix to get players onto that roadblock, trying to maximize the space inside the zone. As the crate comes through, it's close to day trade. It doesn't look like they're really too focused on getting it. They're still pretty good in terms of the ammo department. They're maybe going to need a couple heals, but I wouldn't stress too much about that right now, as 20 seconds remain until phase 5 is completely closed. We're going to find out the next shift as Bliss have taken that southwestern side. Everyone just seems to be in the zone, but taking pot shots. It's really, I mean, it's going to be hard to judge which team has the advantage here until that next phase pops. And just about a second, it pulls dead center. It's only Cerberus.
I just have to say a huge congratulations to Attack All Around for gaining their first placement point from any Wrangle game in the tournament, as they've managed to creep into the top 7, lurking on the western side of Yasnaya. I mean, they're they're probably not going to make it too much further because they now either have to push Teraton 5 or just out into the open field between Teraton 5 and BN United. It's going to be rough. It's a very, very rough move, but they got the 1 point. That's something very nice for them. But look at how many players are alive on every single team. They've just avoided, sidestepped all the chaos and confusion. And now we get an absolute brawl between the best in the lobby.
I want a tackle around to win this so badly right now. Just not for me. For them, they need it. They need it at this point. A Wrangle has gone so horribly for them, and they finally managed to clean up that hot drop, now making it into the top 7. That's got to be a good feeling for them. Bliss, they're going to look to make some more magic happen, as it's not their first end game, and I'm sure it will not be their last. They just need to survive 6 other teams as a tackle around do send it in. They're inside zone, but they're going to have to crash an apartment building, which is no easy task. As Teraton 5 stay low without making too much noise, it finally starts to kick off. Rotated takes down Gems. Janku is able to find the trade. Unicorn Phoenix actually lose one to Belmoth, who's all the way up on the roof over at those shacks. As Janku just about gets inside, he's low HP. Glooms is holding the doorway. You've got to think Teraton 5. Now's your opportunity to capitalize. You've got to play knocked. You've got another tagged low. Go for the push, hold them out, but Glooms has the shotgun, and you've seen how deadly that can be already tonight.
Yeah, you know, I don't even know why I questioned what the play was going to be for a tackle around. I wouldn't even be surprised if Glooms hadn't brought that shotgun with him from Pachinki. They're still just going for it. 4 players still standing, though, for Teraton 5 as the knock onto the player on the roof has been swiftly revived. Tackle around not having the same opportunity to grab Gems. He will be going down on the outside of the building, and for now they're not forced to commit to the push any further than they already have done. As Rotated will take the opportunity to land a banger headshot. Bolt action, man. I love to see it from Rotated. Hisaki will go down, and there's still a lot of pressure onto Cerberus. I don't know if they can even grab that revive without at least expending smokes, as they're all just hitting the prone key at the bottom, as BN United under pressure now from Team Bliss, and Simon last man standing as Team Bliss tried to flex themselves out towards the western side of zone away from the pushing Norins.
Simon being caught down low. Mirage has a read on roughly where it is, but there's a little bit of a divot. Doesn't matter though. He finds the head. Down goes BN United. And Saga, there's something we may be neglected up on the northern side. Sure, attack all around. Teraton 5, they're both inside that building, but guess what? That zone's just moved. Both these teams have to make it out. Teraton 5 have to go through attack all around to get out of here, or they have to drop down off the roof to get there. So it's going to be a tricky one, and we're already starting to see that as attack all around have found themselves an opening knock. They look to try and find a couple more, but they're just so limited on info right now.
It's really rough. This is why it's such a interesting hot drop spot, particularly, I mean, if we think back to PGC, where we had Virtus Pro dropping here as well all the time, where it's just fighting in the apartments. It can take 5 minutes or it can take 5 seconds. It's so topsy-turvy. Again, it's like the same as the Pachinki hot drop. Sometimes it's just a clean wipe. Sometimes people just lurk for absolute ages, and it takes a long time, even this late on in the game. But like you say, there will be an engagement forced one way or the other. Teraton 5 down to 3 players, though, as attack all around did manage to pick off a single player. As now the blue zone is going to start moving, it's going to force them out into the open, and it actually looks as though attack all around have vacated the premises, and that vehicle is not going to last much longer. They're going to have to hop out, put themselves in open territory where Rotated can push shots into them, as well as Monty. 1 singular player remaining, Dat Blue. 1 final bullet should do it from anyone who can find it. It will be Norins who claims the kill point, because of course it is. Ranger X gone down as well. Jankarov, they might even make the top 4 here.
This is starting to get messy now. Attack all around do go out in 5th place. That's just the caster curse, though. It's to be expected. Cerberus running out in the open. Also have a player knocked, but still 2 standing. Now, Bliss have really made work out of this match. They not only third-partied onto those players moving out of the apartment buildings, but they were putting in work onto Cerberus. They're tagging up the feet, but they just can't find the opening. Still need to be cautious of day trade as Insight starts to come around the back. Wants to try and keep an eye out for that push as the flashbang is there. Not really much else going to follow. Team Bliss narrowly behind day trade according to the magical algorithm, but See how that ends up unfolding about when that phase 8 circle pops.
I don't know, man. Seeing a solo with 3% percentage chance of win is giving me some flashbacks right now. I mean, Insight certainly still alive and kicking, but this time he's on the team with numbers. And to getting the shots down onto Hymas, he's going to take down maybe one more from Cerberus. So close to getting Sololzy. The Toesies with the level 3 boots on seem to just be keeping him alive for now. And actually both kills stolen away. Excrozit finishes Sololzy, but not just before. The grenade from Flash will claim the kill point. Now Team Bliss losing out on a kill. Belmoth still with that MK in hand. One of 2 hot drops, or crate drops rather, that were picked up by Daytrade. Looks like they didn't actually claim the second one though, so maybe lacking a little bit in the potential gear that they could have had. But more important things to worry about now. Things are very much tied up between Team Bliss and Daytrade, 4 versus 4, and Excrozit just there to be that thorn in the side of whichever team he decides to stab in the back.
Excrozit has not really done too much, but when he's taken those shots, he's been very, very effective with them. Sure, he's got a decent number of kills, but I mean, the one he managed to get, I should say, was really well placed. It was a really well timed third party, and well, it managed to finish off a separate squad. Shots do continue to come out, but it is a bit like a pressure cooker situation. Team Bliss obviously want to try and flex out to the east, but to do that, they'd have to potentially expose themselves to those Daytrade players. Mirage has the nade. It looks like it's going to be close to Flash, but a little bit off to the side as now Mirage holds back further. Monty is there to follow up as Daytrade. Well, Bliss have the info on them, but they are not giving anything more than that. Excrozit round the back, though. Could be the opening or saving grace that Bliss were looking for. Never mind, Poochills has spotted him out, and it is a straight-up 4v4. I think discipline may just start to go out the window here.
Well, Mirage is certainly trying to prove your point, pushing forward, but not getting overly aggressive. And now Monty making a move with the vehicle, trying to claim more space in the name of Team Bliss. Plants the flag towards the center of the zone, but similar idea for Poochills, but Monty hits those shots, but so does Belmoth. It's an even trade back and forth, but Belmoth is so low. A single grenade from any angle would take him out, but he has managed to get the heal off. But not before Bryn hops over the top and takes down Norins. Advantage Team Bliss, but Monty almost needed out of play.
Monty nearly goes down as Bryn now tries to open up and on low HP is able to. It comes down to a 2 versus 1. Flash makes it a 1 versus 1. That's Insight out of it. Daytrade may just be able to make the comeback of the century from this as Monty in the aim battle. Flash tries to deny every bit of info that he can. Sprays through 21 bullets. Make it 14. Not in reserve, but Flash has a hell of a lot more, and he's got time to toy with Monty. He's on the edge of the smoke as the Molotov starts to come up. It's a little bit short, but Flash makes it 5 kills for him. Monty's still waiting, maybe realizing he may just have to drop that barrel after all, just for the extra SLR bullets at this kind of range, as now he gets ready to go for the peak. Flash swings round further. Monty has no idea that this has happened. He's watching the side. Flash peaks, but unfortunately for Bliss, they're not going to be getting themselves another chicken dinner. Instead, it goes the way of Daytrade. I don't think anyone is surprised to see them pick up another one, but the manner in which they did it potentially caught a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, a very solid battle from Team Bliss in the 4v4 at the end. Bryn in particular pushing up over the top, taking down 2, but Flash just too strong to take down. There is a very good reason why this man has been all over the top standings so far for the tournament. Himself and Norins have been absolutely stellar, but as a whole, Daytrade have been more or less untouchable. Team Bliss came very, very close, but unfortunately for Monty, wasn't quite able to clutch up in the final 1 versus 1. But oh man, game of millimeters right there. But for Daytrade, it's just another day at the office. 2 back-to-back wins, and it looks like we're seeing a return to the early season form for Daytrade. Yet another win, and once again extending that lead, even when they were up against the best teams in the lobby so far, all at full strength. Daytrade still coming out ahead.
63 points in it now, Saga. That is the difference. Sorry, 53, I think, between first and second place. Are we at a point now where we can say that Daytrade have won PCS APAC, or is there still that chance? I mean, Daytrade would have to throw tomorrow, right? They would have to get basically 0 points if they aren't to win it, right? Surely that can't happen.
I mean, I just got to say, your caster math was good the first time around. It's a 63-point lead, and we've got 11 games left to play. So for Unicorn Phoenix, if you're constantly outplacing Daytrade by 6 points per game on average, that's the only way to win. And pretty much to do that, you're winning every second game at a minimum. So realistically, it looks as though we've got our champions locked and loaded. But you know what? This is APAC. Anything can happen. Daytrade have been incredibly good at avoiding all the chaos, as have, well, that was a lot of teams in the previous game. There was a lot of chaos on the southeastern side of zone, and just not getting drawn in, dragged into that same chaotic full send crashing style. But Unicorn Phoenix, they've definitely shown that they can thrive in those situations, but it's the consistency for Daytrade, keeping those player numbers high, even when they were being crept up on by BN United, by shot in the back by Team Bliss early on into that game. Still 1,000 damage coming out from Flash, 6 kills when all is said and done, and clutching up in the 1 versus 1 as well. Daytrade, just absolutely no signs of slowing down, even after a relatively slow day 3, still coming out swinging once again.
I'm still in shock at just how dominant Daytrade have been. There's no stopping them. Nobody is coming anywhere near close to the sheer number of points they have. But I do want to talk about Team Bliss for a minute, and the way they actually played that end game was really smart. They made the most out of the terrain, and they were a team that, at least early on in the game, you thought were a bit of a write-off. There were 3 teams all trying to cross one bridge down at Millie Base. Team Bliss stayed there till well into phase 2 before moving away from that Millie bridge. I would never have expected that team to even be in the top 5, never mind get a second place out of it.
Yeah, certainly was a surprising performance from Team Bliss as well, and coming in so extremely late. Similar situation as well for Attack All Around with how late they made their move into the zone as well. But to see them make, well, really, it was their first placement points on a Wrangle of the entire tournament. They're at on 5 as well up there, making the top 4. So it's a much better start to a Wrangle than it has been the entire day of 3 Miramar games. So good to see that they're still in the competition as well. With 1 game left to go, there's still a lot that can change around by the end of today in the standings. Things still very, very close up in the top end, other than Daytrade.
Other than Daytrade. Look, we'll see if it really is becoming a battle for second place. 1 more game tonight, but remember, same time, same place tomorrow and the day after. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a couple minutes.
Phil.
trên một con xe. Và đây là con xe Dacia nha. Góc bắn nó sẽ rất thoải mái thôi. Và đây là một quả đấy quá đẹp đến từ Hải Saki. Gần như cứ knock out hết hoàn toàn đội của Senzo. Đó là knock out hết. Đổ cả xe.
Just hears it now, just rounding that corner. Ragnar inside the smokes, but I mean, throwables are just going to finish this out real quick.
Yeah, I mean, this was the problem we knew for Just Too Easy. I mean, they were on that south side. As soon as Troglodytes took this spot over, it was pretty much GG for Just Too Easy. Yep, there you go. It's cleaned up. Troglodytes will get.
กับทางหน้าของ GX เป็นเฮ้ย
มาดูก่อนฮะตรงนี้ท่านผู้ชมว่าไฟท์ใหญ่แน่นอนครับผมพิชชาในมาเช็ดหมดเลย แล้วโดดลงมาเจมเอ้าปาอะไรอ่ะ
Bây giờ chưa còn tính điểm hạng thôi thì họ đã rất sát với các tên Unicorn trắng. Còn ở đây đó là sóc lọ làm đôi đến từ triple kill dành cho Sology. Một tiếng công nhà đến từ Luxurious 1v1 và bây giờ nó là 1v1 rồi. Tham Minh hơi sai. Đẩy ra.
There you go. Corsac gonna find the opening one onto VHZ. LFP is just a fish in the water right now. RBN also knocked within an inch of his life.
Elliot's just playing with his food right now. There you go, gets one of them. LFP just around the other corner. Does lose vision on it, but gonna eventually reveal. So
Tell that they are pretty busted. More utility just being traded back and forth between Rumblers and Bing Bang Boom. It's like it's oh no, sharp shot!
Đang lùi bị đã nằm trước đó rồi. Glory chờ sẵn mình ta sấy về phía team Atron đi nè. Người vừa rớt xe đó là Trick. Và bây giờ Glory không có thông tin nhưng sau tình huống nhá rồi anh ta đã biết được Gil ở đâu rồi. Neil đang bị rung súng vậy ta không thể nào sấy được về phía Glory. Double knock out cho Glory. Hoàn toàn có thể là triple và đây là một tình huống clear squad cho Glory.
Start to peek out of the long compound. United decided Nootropic first. We need to eliminate them so we can give all of our focus to Yahoo to get in safety. Nootropic fall down very quickly, and now that information that
I know what you really want. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Everything is on the line. I'm feeling like a hero. Turn it up and do it die. Maybe we're in paradise. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero. I'm feeling like a hero.
Born ready.
Well, Saga, during the break, we were talking about how we both hate making predictions, how we always suck at them, but I'm going to give you a prediction now that is a 50-50 one, it feels like. A day trade going to win another game.
Oh, my mate Phil seems to think so, definitely. I spoke to him a little bit in the break as well, and he just said, you know what, we're just super impressed with day trade. I mean, literally everything that they seem to do seems to just result in a win for them, although there has been obviously a couple of games where they weren't quite able to close it out, and yeah, certainly earlier on they got a little bit stuck on the low ground from Cerberus, but since then it's just been nothing but picking up wins left, right, and center on both maps as well. Consistent placings regardless. I mean, we've definitely got some teams that favor one over the other, but right here, it's just all day trade.
It's... I'm at a loss for words still. They're just running away with it. Like, can Unicorn Phoenix even make this back? They've got 63 points left to make in 11 games. And that's taking into account the fact that Day Trade gets 0 points. So, more realistically, in the next 11 games, they're going to need probably about 100 points. If they even want to make it close. That's just my opinion, but yeah. It's going to be hard for anyone to take first place. Anyone who isn't Unicorn Phoenix, I hate to say it, I think could probably wave it goodbye.
Yeah, there's definitely still a lot to play for, though, because Unicorn Phoenix, the gap that they have over third place is a much more manageable gap for the short amount of games. And remember, PGC points and the prize pool placement drop off quite significantly towards the top. So for Teraton 5, for Bliss, and for Cerberus Esports, closing that distance, getting second place could mean a huge jump in the prize pool and in the PGC points by the end of the tournament.
It's day 4, match 20. That's pretty funny. Starting over on the eastern side, down to the southwest this time. Is going to cut off a lot of that northern area, but have we seen many Millie Island circles yet? It feels like, for me, not so much.
Well, this is basically the same flight path that we had last game, but backwards. And once again, definitely favoring an eastern zone or a southern one. And we're really not having much luck if you're a team that does prefer to be up around Rozhok. I mean, even getting there is going to be a bit of a stretch for the likes of BN United, Unicorn Phoenix. They, I'm sure, will be able to make it there in one piece. But, well, getting out of your drop spot should be less of an issue for most teams, although we did see a bit of a scrap between Archangel Predator and Magic in game number 4 of today over by Lipovka, and it looks like that has actually resulted in an early death for one non. So again, Magic struggling as soon as we've switched over away from Miramar. They had a great time in our first 3 games of the day, but the final 2 have really not gone in their favor. But, oh, there it is. There it is. We've got it, and now... well, does it really matter who wins for TE or Attack All Around? Because you're probably just going to get bridge camped either way. Whoever makes it out of Pachinki, if they can make it onto the island, I'd be impressed.
I want to see one of those Millie Island teams set up a bridge camp right now. It feels like it's just karma, isn't it? After Luxurious set up one last time, it feels like it's only fair. But the Expendables, they are still committing onto Pachinki with Attack All Around. Going to be holding. Janku watching the side, but Gems, okay. Nice shot with the shotgun. Even nicer with the AK Janku. Finding the head up against a Micro Uzi down below. But the rest of the team not really in a position to support. Levi's tries to push up. As Janku goes down, Jun is going to be able to find that one. The Expendables, sure, they've lost one player, but they're finding the revive, which is going to be a whole lot harder for Attack All Around.
And once again, sort of separated off on opposite sides of the road. Jankurov definitely behind enemy lines, and that will mean that with him going down, a flush is certainly going to be coming through. No chance of a revive. Gloom's trying to take the Jaya's role from the previous game and wrap around, get an off angle and try and even the score a little bit, but it's going to be a rough one. The TE, I'm sure, just going to be turtling up in their building, maybe taking some peeks over the road as soon as they're more comfortable in doing so, grabbing helmets so they're not getting one banged by those AKs. And Jace has been spotted as well. That could have been a huge knock had Duck Juice landed just a couple more bullets with the M4, but seems very much aware of the position and will not be allowing Jayas out of there if he has anything to do with it, but he does manage just to escape. But Glooms has also crept his way around behind. Now Jun and 777 could be in trouble.
It's going to be tricky here for the Expendables. Even though they may have had a player advantage, they still have it. Glooms is waiting in that off angle. He hears out June. He needs to be quiet. Glooms do not make a sound, and that's exactly why, because you can catch June off guard. And well, now that's tied things up between Attack All Around and the Expendables. But 777 is waiting for the push. Glooms being a bit smarter than that, though, instead decides to back out. Gems is there with the SLR as Glooms almost lands the spray. But no, Duck Juice comes out on top as the Expendables remain in it. And well, they find themselves their second kill.
Gems, as soon as Levi's took a step out of the building to try and get involved, he took him out. He's going to be pushing over, looking for the flush to come through, but shotguns on either side. But Gems has got one of his own, a double barrel. But only one barrel will actually come off firing. Jayas now has to make a swift push over before this revive can come through. If not, grab the double spray down. Looks as though the revive is going to bring Levi's back onto his feet, back into the fray. Jay is holding the angle, will prevent the revive from coming through onto Duck Juice. He doesn't have a shotgun of his own. He's only got the UMP to try and work with, and it's not going to be enough. Levi's with the micro Uzi will get the better of him, and now attack all around, eliminated. A couple of BM shots into the body, and the Expendables get their chance.
Oh, but Senjo, they try to strike onto NRX, but unfortunately, things just don't go their way. Senjo may have held the position, but unfortunately, the split ended up being what failed them. It looked like they tried to go for a bit of, I don't want to say a bridge camp, but a crossroads camp, trying to take shots over towards that team and weren't expecting NRX to head down to Lynxie's position, but that's not ideal for Senjo, and unfortunately, I think this game, at least for them, is over before it started.
Certainly looks that way. They do still have 2 players surviving for now. Okay, the Predator, they landed a tag onto Alter Ego. Another one, actually, from good range. A bit of a boat battle as the rotation's coming in from Milta Power area towards the eastern coast of the military island. It's long-range shots. It's difficult to land them, but it's also difficult to heal up. And, of course, one headshot could very easily be a swift knock out of there. No chance of a revive to come through unless somehow you can swim for 20 minutes while you're knocked. Hisaki is going to have to put some smokes up as Duckmai has been taken down. Made in Thailand getting themselves into grenade range. Have to be a little cautious of the off angle of Hymas, though. That could be a huge undoing factor in this push to come through, and actually so close. And Hymas does get the initial knock onto Tanawat as well.
Oh, Kurd ran right into the Molotovs. Lolzy caught with a nade. It's all over at this point for Cerberus. They still have 1 player, but, I mean, he's in an off angle. He'd have to pull out a hero play right now to keep his squad in it. He's certainly going to try, but Rognan's Mai is spotted out the head and tries to land a couple shots. He's only got a bandage of his own, though, so it looks like Esquiluja swinging round the back is going to try and find the shot to finish off the job, but maybe a bit of miscommunication here, because it seems they don't know where he is. And well, Hymas, he's going to be there to punish. Takes down 2. Okay, now we got a fight on our hands. Rogue's down. Jacob is as well. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Made in Thailand, I hate to say it, have completely thrown this fight away just from what was a poor reposition attempt.
It's definitely a fumble from them. They had all the ball in their court, but Hymas's off angle has caused a lot more problems than we even expected, and look who's there to try and steal away all the kill points. Puchos has made a push over from dropping around the bridge, and he's just cleaning up every single point. The one team that nobody wants to see picking up the kill points is benefiting from this without really having to commit anything whatsoever. It's very low risk, but high reward for day traders. They're expanding their gap. It's almost at 70 points now off really doing absolutely nothing other than cleaning up what Made in Thailand couldn't.
Down on the southern side, though, Luxurious and Alter Ego just laying in wait. It feels like they have to both know about each other's positions, right? The way that they are moving is not the way that you move and play if you don't know there's a squad nearby. Now, Luxurious sending players away is a brave move. It's kind of giving the hint to that they're not going to be a problem, that, okay, we're safe down on the southern side, we can keep playing it, but still having that solo in the form of NBK of all players is so dangerous, just as Hymas is with the AK. Lands 2 headshots, no problem, but having a little bit of trouble with the mini, never mind. Made in Thailand out in 15th. What a comeback there for Hymas. That is going in the highlight reel. Unfortunately, though, the fact is his team were already dead. There's not much more he can do. And now NBK, well, he's rolling in down to the south. We had a feeling it was going to happen.
I mean, you take Puchos out of the equation and Hymas is pretty much just squad wiped Made in Thailand by himself in a 1v4. Belmoth, well, typical Belmoth, hops into the passenger seat, cleans up the job, and it looks like we're going to see something very similar here out of Smell as Alter Ego taken down. That's almost exactly what happened as well, up towards the north, way outside of the zone. There was a very unfortunate collision of rotations between Teraton 5 and Team Extraordinaire, running face first into each other. Oh, are we getting to see this? This is the absolutely disgusting cleanup from NBK onto Senjo as they crash the dip. He gets all of them. Watch this. One onto Lynxie.
There's one.
Takes out his teammate as well for good measure and finishes the job onto Senjo as well.
I mean, casualty of war, isn't it? You know, when you're getting kills like that, you're getting a squad wipe like that, I think your teammate is kind of okay with getting knocked sometimes. Sure, it's not ideal, but really nicely done. NBK, yet again, proving his individual skill, but it seems like the team in general isn't clicking, and I'm not sure what's really going on with Luxurious. They are playing so confidently, they're having good games, and NBK is no small part of that, but I don't know what it is about it, just being able to chain those together, consistently make the late game. It's not been happening for them.
And they've certainly closed the gap, at least to get themselves out of last place and somewhat today, and are in a decent position to do so again, as Archangel Predator, the only thing between themselves and prime position on the southeastern side of the zone, uncontested. Senjo, well, they're in the zone, but they're down to 2 players after the earlier breach from NRX, and with BN United encroaching on this position, a couple of teams still yet to cross over the bridge. They're definitely going to be under some pressure and lacking in terms of the kill points that they're able to find. They are going to look to put some shots in just to at least deter a crash from coming through and end their game very prematurely. I say prematurely like it hasn't already happened to 5 of the teams in the lobby by phase 2. We're down to 11 teams, 40 alive. And, well, it's an APAC game 5 of the day. What more do we expect than having 5 teams eliminated 10 minutes in?
And Theros on 5 still up by Yas9.
Of course.
I mean, don't get me wrong. They've rotated now. They're working their way through. But it was to still be in the blue at the 10-minute mark. It's similar to what we saw last game. Now, granted, when we saw it last game, Bliss got themselves 2nd place. So I'm not going to say that that's the end of the world for them. But I wouldn't say it's the smartest play. Down at the eastern side of the bridge, though, everyone is rotating their way through. Everyone is getting caught up over that eastern crossroads. BN United, NRX, SEN, all these squads around this area. It feels like it's only a matter of time until those squads have to battle. And sure, this circle favors them well, but if we end up on that hill as opposed to Novo, it'll be a very different story. It is so barren. The positions are so limited. It's going to be a hard-fought match if you're not on the high ground there.
It certainly is, and that's why we see a lot of teams prioritizing it. Actually, NRX is going to be claiming the highest ground of all up on the radio tower, the Observatory Hill. Bit of a bridge camp potentially coming through from Unicorn Phoenix. They definitely seem aware that there is a team yet to make a rotation in. Chu ducking his head down, trying to avoid detection, because that might just ruin their plans. Monty, you just got to get out of there, bud. You got Norins and Flash, the whole squad chasing him down. And it looks like we're seeing a bit of a rematch of the end of the previous game, but with Insight being knocked and flushed away at the back end by Luxurious as they turned their attention over towards Daytrade, ready to take the fight.
Really well done there from Luxurious, capitalizing on it as Unicorn Phoenix try to set up a bit of a road camp themselves, but maybe not realizing Theros on 5 already having a player in that 3-stack. Hungvo Ditch is in a very dangerous position, has to run completely out in the open, but somehow wasn't spotted out by Ranger X, so they think he's still inside this compound, when in reality, he's actually gotten round the back. He's going to need to be careful as soon as he shoots at Ranger X. He's going to give his position away, but look, he landed a headshot first time. That'll take the player down low. I wouldn't expect a repeat just yet. The nade is close, not close enough, as now everyone from Theros on 5 wants to get down there, but Unicorn Phoenix, they need to group up and quick.
That's a complete opposite of what we maybe called Unicorn Phoenix out on earlier on with overthrowing their nades. That one just underthrown. It was really like a single hit point on Ranger X. Any damage whatsoever would have done the job, but wasn't quite able to get it there. Rossitid had the opportunity to take down Chu, who was holding down the far northern side, and now he's just having to prone his way forward as the blue zone has crept its way and forced that 3-stack out of position. It's just an onslaught of grenades coming over towards Hungbo Ditch, who's really under a lot of pressure, and the wall of smokes is preventing the rest of his team from helping him out with this push from Teraton 5.
Hungbo Ditch going to be hanging down below as Teraton 5 go for the push. Excrazit is there. Beautifully done there. Nade on point. As Unicorn Phoenix, well, they've only lost 1, but it feels like we don't often see them lose a player so early on. It feels like they either lose half the team or they completely tear through another. So I think it's going to be an interesting one to kind of keep an eye on how Unicorn Phoenix switch up their playstyle now, having lost only 1 player.
Rossitid could be a huge factor here as Dat Blue is going to hop over into the boat for Chu, but Rossitid, if he gets over to this ridge quickly enough, he could spray them both out of the boat. He's going to go for it. Nothing landing just yet. He does get a single tag in. Switching over, that's two very wide open targets for him to choose from. He's still getting some damage in, but it looks as though they might have escaped for now. More tags, though, from the SLR. And Shinvi, while he's in a dip, he's got 3 angry Teraton 5ers on the way, and it's Exquisite once again who gets the headshot to take him out. More tags coming through. Exquisite again! Long range shot onto Dat Blue and Chu. He's forced off as a solo, and I think that is exactly what we're talking about. They needed, what, like 10 points a game? And they've managed to pick up a grand total of none.
Not great. It's not the best start, but look. Right, Unicorn Phoenix have a lot of chicken dinners. I believe in their ability to get more, but for your second place team to go down like that with this much of a point gap and only, I mean, after this 10 games left, while the first place team is still standing, and by the way, are in a damn good position, dead center.
I don't know how they even got there.
It can't end like this. There has to be some kind of surprise. Maybe, though, looking at things, there's only 20 more points behind them to Theraton 5, so I'm just trying to build a storyline here, Saya. There's not much. Day trade of 1, right? They have to.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, at this point, I mean, 10 games left to go, never say never and all that, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing Day Trade lift the trophy by the end that all is said and done. But they're at on 5 for them. It's great news because not only have they picked up the 4 kill points, 7 kill points so far in this game alone, but they're closing the distance and wiping out the squad that is just ahead of them in the standings. And remember, the drop-off between placement points and PGC points are pretty huge. And for Teraton 5 to come in as a relatively young team with a lot of academy players and to secure that many PGC points gives them a huge boost when it comes to later on in the season. Their opportunities of making it to their first global would be absolutely amazing to see them play on that stage. So if they can capitalize on this, close out a win and put themselves right up in contention for second place, and the gap between themselves and 4th to 5th, Cerberus already eliminated, Team Bliss down a player as well. They're definitely looking to solidify themselves as a top contender, but Day Trade definitely a step above right now.
NRX, though, in terms of positioning, nothing comes close. I mean, they've got the highest priority position inside of this circle, at least as it currently sits. You have the high ground, your inside zone. Everybody else has to kind of play around you. You dictate where you want teams to go. You dictate what cover they have. There's so much control it gives you. And, well, of course, NBK is still around the back, just spamming away with the mini to take down Duck Juice. But that's drawn the attention now of 777 as he opens up with the Groza. It's going to be Smell from the side who does the majority of the damage. And, well, in the end, it's one more bullet to find the kill. The Expendables lose yet another player.
I'm actually a little bit baffled in the way that Day Trade was actually even able to rotate past this without this exact thing happening to them. They were on the northern side of the military base on the western side of zone, and then, well, on that drive-by where they chased down Team Bliss, I think it was Monty that was getting his way out of there before Insight was picked off by Luxurious. They've ended up on the ridge on the eastern side of zone, and it's not a maneuver that's going to bamboozle Archangel Predator. They're fully there, fully aware of the positioning. The grenade to come through from CJ. The second won't catch Poochills out in time. He does manage to fall back to the safety of his vehicle. Belmoth, level 1 vest and helmetless. Very much mortal and killable, but it's still enough to take down Nan before he gets traded.
Really nicely done as Day Trade. They may have lost a player, but they're remaining in it, and they're taking a whole second fight. Flash, beautifully done alongside Nurns to take down both players from Luxurious Esports. NBK, though, is still alive, and as we mentioned before, he's kind of an unknown factor. He does so much for this team, and, well, you saw the damage he just managed to land onto Flash. Day Trade, they've realized it isn't going to be an easy fight, so they've sent Poochills up to the side to find a bit of an off angle. NBK does fall. There's now only 1 player left from Luxurious, but still, Archangel Predator back as a 4-man. Flash is there to finish off the job, but it's the play zone that wins. Luxurious fall in 11th, and Algin Bots, well, he's going to try and cause the same fate for Day Trade.
And it will eventually be an L for Day Trade when all is said and done. But even in that situation, caught between two teams, they still managed to fight their way out and take Luxurious down with them with 7 kills. So, well, Unicorn Phoenix, I mean, they've got a single player alive. It's Chu, a solo. He's very close to picking up a placement point, but work cut out for him if he's to even get close to what Day Trade has picked up in this game alone. Never mind close the gap, but just to stop it from extending any further than it already was by the end of today. I'm pretty sure that that's maybe a bit of a fantasy now for himself, but NRX, well, they're more than happy just to lurk on this high ground position, yet to pick up more than a couple of kills themselves. They got 2 early on onto Senjo, who are still lurking below them, but with the position that they have, it's very, very difficult for anyone to push them out from this spot. Really, if the zone opts into it, they could stay here for the rest of the game and be completely happy.
All the Sen comes in from BN United, but they're not expecting Senjo in the Deerpa team, who lost 2 players early on, have basically been laying low and trying to avoid making noise. And well, it's no real surprise C players crash into that one. And you know what, Saga? I'm gonna give you a bit of hope here. Unicorn Phoenix, if Chu wins this, then he's still got 3 more points than Day Trade got out of this game. So positives, I guess, as he now has to try and survive being completely surrounded by Theraton 5. The trigger discipline, well, it's being tested and it worked out, but you have to realize he's still not inside zone. He has to hope that Theraton 5 and BN United, first of all, kill each other and then don't notice him sneaking up behind.
At the very least, it's just going to be a case of get the 1 frag on the player who has his back turned, probably Rossiter. Oh, it's because it was ready to track that, but Simon coming to a dead stop has completely caught him off guard, and Chu has finally sprung the trap. Rossiter has been taken down. He actually got some good damage in, but wasn't quite enough. Caught off guard, and now Teraton 5 losing their opportunity to close the gap. It's Chu who actually helps to deny it, perhaps. As Patapong, 1 hit point is the difference. Sapao taken out, and Patapong has to fall back to heal, but it's going to be Chu once again who claims the kill point. He's got an extra couple of points out of this and the placement point, so outdone Theraton 5 this time around, and with a little bit of help from Bounham United, keeps himself in it long enough to grab a placement point, but not for long at all, I'm sure.
Hey, it's 3 points. He got 2 kills out of that one. Sorry, the squad got 2 kills out of that one, and he got himself into the placement. So that's a 3-point game from them. Not ideal, but it's better than nothing. It's better than going home with a big donut, especially after the way that the game started. Now starts I start to ask a question, Saga. Day Trade have a massive lead. If they want to deny Unicorn Phoenix points, they're in a position where they have the flexibility to do that. So there's a world in which tomorrow Unicorn Phoenix just get griefed all day, and Day Trade continue to stack up points as now the Expendables try to remain in it, but it's Archangel Predator finish off the job. 6 teams remain, but that zone's about to pop, and it may force them either up or off of the mountain.
I think, though, for Day Trade, we might just have to employ that age-old mantra. If it ain't broke, don't hot drop Unicorn Phoenix, because Day Trade are getting the better of them regardless. And 20 games in, they've got almost an 80-point gap from second place. 20 games in, they're still averaging over 12 points per game. There's just absurd scenes coming from the top end of the standings. And, well, Theraton 5 unable to fully close the gap on Unicorn Phoenix. It's Chu who helps them keep a hand in that position right now. Simon lurking over the top of Senjo. He's got grenades. I think he spotted them moving around below, but Steel actually makes a move out at the wrong time, and Zest has been caught out from behind. It's Team Bliss, but those grenades are coming through. That's a huge grenade. The bounce on that was absurd from Reb, and he's actually cleaned up BN United, kept himself alive from what would have been an onslaught of grenades coming from above towards Senjo. They've made it into the top 5 after what we said was going to be a pretty terrible start to the game from NRX. They've actually made the most out of it and got a few points to take down with them.
I think we should also talk about Bliss here, because they've only got 1 kill, but they've made it into the top 5. They're definitely playing a little bit more passive than maybe you'd expect, as now the circle gets ready to move in bit by bit. There doesn't appear to be anyone too outside of the circle other than maybe Senjo, but they should be able to just creep their way in. Team Bliss, on the other hand, with this 2-2 split that they're rocking, it almost looks like they want to try and keep Senjo pinched onto this road so that they can try and catch a crossfire and then take the route that Senjo were planning, if that makes sense. I know it's very convoluted, but I promise in my head it works. Mirage opens up onto Steel. This is kind of to be expected. One more Senjo player left. It is going to be Reb as the smoke comes out. He just has to hold back, but he's getting peppered from above. As soon as he goes over that ridge, Bliss are going to be on his tail, and it looks like right now we might have to rethink the strategy.
At the very least, even if Senjo do drop out here, they've done enough to tie the points up with Alter Ego, and on the kills, they do have the advantage. So getting themselves up into 14th place. Magic still lurking around the side. Again, we started off by saying it was a bit of a rough start for Magic, actually losing a player to Archangel Predator, who are still lurking nearby to them. They have a chance to get some payback, though, as CJ and Mad Dog starting to make a move up the side of the hill to try and encroach on the space of their fellow Philippines squad, who have actually just taken down Reb. So it will be a confirmed 5th place for Senjo. Suzunami, though, caught out completely. Archangel Predator making the move up the hilltop, yet to have the trap sprung on them by Magic, but it's only a matter of time before Chexing and Leon's Q start taking shots.
Now as the circle closes, Archangel Predator tried to make the push, but Magic are just waiting, sneaking up behind, trying their best not to get involved until the fight goes in their favor. Bliss, on the other hand, though, swinging up from the northwest and coming around the back could potentially cause a major problem for NRX. This is a position that they're not really watching. CJ spotted, caught with a spray, as is Mad Dog, caught with a headshot to go alongside it. Magic now needs to switch up their attention, though. The nade seems close, but Algin Bots, he's swung out wide. Cheeksing goes down as it leaves only Leong's Q left up, and Nan finishes off the job. It's Magic Esports out of it, getting Archangel Predator up just one more position. But as 3 teams remain, Archangel Predator have the man advantage, but are lacking the high ground.
I think Magic just pulled the trigger slightly too early on that one. They were waiting for the commitment to come through on the push from Archangel Predator, but NRX actually held their ground very well and forced AAP back after taking a whole heap of damage. They were able to take down Suzunami, though, so NRX overall losing the player from the engagement, but Archangel Predator on the fallback. The shots came through from Magic, and well, the trades were just there, the grenades coming through, and it was the wrap on the low ground from Nan and Algin Bots that really picked them off. But while all that's going on, Team Bliss just wrap around the west side of the mountain, take control of the southern side of zone, and Archangel Predator are in for a nasty surprise as they make a push down here.
They're doing it in a split as well, so they got the fire support as well as Monty playing point. He takes down both. This is huge for Bliss right now. They've just eliminated half of the top squad, but as Monty goes down, it may be made a whole lot harder. They go for the flushes, need to confirm those points before they are stolen away. That's exactly what they'll do. Now, as I mentioned, Bliss being a bit split could either be to their detriment, or it could be the game-winning strategy. Mirage being in such an off angle could potentially trick squads like NRX, like Archangel Predator, to going down into that dip and potentially exposing themselves to the pinch. But as Bliss now hold on to the very edge, they maybe need to be concerned that Phase 8 is the final phase, and it's not too common we get a hard shift on that one. So they got to be prepared to move again in what now is a very open area.
The downside, though, for NRX is that unless this is one of those hard shifts that goes all the way up to the north, we're pretty much guaranteed to have the center circle dot go in phase 9 on towards the lower part of the ground. Where's the map? Gimme. Come on, show us where we're going. What's going on? Come on, phase 8, tell us where you're going.
Out. I think it's just the timer that's broken. There we go. There it is. It must just be one of the observers.
NRX are going to be forced off their high ground position, and that's what Mirage did so well when Team Bliss picked up their majority of the points, almost closing out the win earlier on Miramar, as Mirage playing that point man position, playing around what little cover was available. But this time around, he's going to bring Monty over to support in that endeavor, as maybe expecting NRX to make a move to the east, push through Archangel Predator, and try and go the less direct route rather than just hopping off the edge of the cliff.
NRX moving down the hill ever so carefully. Algin Bot is aware, but you can see them just dipping back and forth, being very careful, especially on the hillside. If you go a step too far, No chance of you being able to ADS. Mirage is actually working his way up top even further. I didn't even realize it was possible to get this high up this cliff, but Mirage is certainly going for it now. This could be a massive play because NRX are undoubtedly going to have to move at some point. If Mirage can catch them off guard by coming over the top, especially after Archangel Predator have been eliminated, then it'll bode well for Team Bliss. Flashbang comes up as CJ, well, he doesn't need it. He finds the head anyway. Maestro falls. Argent Bots nearly gets traded. Lemma swings down low. Now it's Namjao left up alongside Lemma. CJ is out. Archangel Predator to follow. 3 versus 1 as the zone takes down Lemma. Team Bliss looking to get yet another chicken dinner. Round it off, make it 3, eclipse T5 and be in the running for the top 2, but it's not going to be easy as Brain holds back. Is Namjao having connection problems? It seems like it. He's been darting about quite a bit, but it's not going to be an easy endgame for him no matter what. 3 versus 1. Yeah, Bliss have the pinch. He's been spotted out. Monty gets the kill. And just like that, easy for Insight by the looks of things. That reaction shows some confidence. Team Bliss get themselves their 3rd chicken dinner to wrap up day number 4.
Look at those little dance moves coming out from Mirage after the scaling of the mountain, just to have that off angle should it be required. But in the end, it's a pretty easy cleanup at the very end for Team Bliss, as there was a real forced battle between NRX and Archangel Predator. Lemma disappearing out into the blue zone, catching off guard, actually, Archangel Predator, and just enough to clean them up. But Namjao really had nowhere to go. 3 Team Blisses looking down the barrel towards him, and that's a huge one once again for keeping that potential push into 2nd place available, not only for Team Bliss, but for Theraton 5 as well. And Unicorn Phoenix, after having what could have been a absolutely disastrous game, were able to salvage a few points and keep that lead up to about a 20-point gap, which is realistically a much better, more realistic gap to close in the 10 games that we have remaining. So 2nd place still very much up for debate and on the cards, but 1st place at this point, after the 2 wins picked up in game 3 and 4, it's got day trade written all over it.
That right there has put Bliss only 3 points out of the top 3. Theraton 5 narrowly ahead of them right now, but as you said, look, top 2 is really the test right now. We kind of know that Day Trader at least confirmed 2nd or 1st. 2nd would be at a push.
Yeah.
Unicorn Phoenix are the only team that can really eclipse them. That would take a hell of a performance as it is. But if Unicorn Phoenix are a consistent and average team going into our final 2 days, then Theraton 5, Team Bliss, they are very much now in the running to take that 2nd position. And we keep mentioning it throughout the night. Obviously, we're talking about PGC points. We're talking about a lot of different things. Nations Cup selection. There's so much going on at once that if you're new to PUBG Esports, it might be hard to keep track. But for the purposes of PCS6, there's one thing that matters most, and that's the money. It's about the prize that you win. And the distribution outside of the top 4 for that prize is it's brutal.
Yeah, it definitely drops off very quickly, particularly from the top. $80K US, and it certainly looks like Day Trade are the first to have their hand in that pot. And I mean, leave it to the UK casters to be optimistic about anyone having a chance. That's kind of backwards, but realistically at this point, we're looking at a 70-point lead. Not only has the gap remained the same, but it's expanded over the course of the day as well. So it just gets harder and harder to ever catch up to them. But certainly Unicorn Phoenix cannot rest and be completely safe on their grip of 2nd place, because man like Monty are on their way to try and steal it away with their 3rd win of the tournament, 3 points away from the top 3, as you mentioned, with Theraton 5 there contending every step of the way. They do have a big advantage in terms of kills for Unicorn Phoenix, over 110 points now in terms of kills gathered. 96 for Theraton 5 is the next highest beyond the top 2, but with performances like that, 15 kill points, total points picked up for Team Bliss, and Archangel Predator once again having a solid game, grabbing a 2nd place and climbing their way back up into the standings towards that top 8 position. Definitely cannot rule out anything from any of the teams that are contesting as far down as maybe the top 6 or 7.
No, I mean, look, you mentioned Team Bliss. To be able to jump up to 4th place is impressive, but they did it with only 4 kills, I should say. But Wenty got half of those right there. That's really impressive. And while it may not be the high number of kills that we're used to seeing for the majority of teams, for Bliss being able to strike at the right time, I think is more important than being able to consistently take fights and consistently win them. As long as you time it right, you put yourself in the best possible position, which I think they absolutely did, you're in a potential running to take that chicken dinner, and that's why Bliss have got themselves 3 of them.
They absolutely have, and well, it's less than halfway to the total of what Daytrade have been able to pick up, but it's certainly not a number to shake a stick at, to say the very least. 3 wins at this level is still very, very difficult, and takes a lot of self-control, a lot of discipline as well, and a lot of that does come from IGL Insight as well, telling the boys exactly the moves to make, and well, a bit of a personal flair as well from Monty and Mirage. Flair, okay. Going backwards up the top of the hill, getting the high ground position. It's great to see that there is definitely some creativity in the way that you play out the roles towards the late stage of the game, but realistically, with the position of NRX and Archangel Predator, there was only really one way that things could go after that phase 8 shift came away from the high ground and forced everyone into the path of Team Bliss. But you will take absolutely any win that you can get. That's still the 10 placement points plus all of the kills, and like you said, it's put them very, very tight into the race for top 3 as well. Still 10 games to go, still plenty that can shuffle around, because things are very, very close in the leaderboards. I mean, as far down as Archangel Predator making the Resurgence run today, certainly much better performance consistently today than it has been on any of the days in week number 1. Very, very close to getting into the top 8, only about 10, 11 points away from there. And it's only a couple more steps to go to get into the top 6 for them. So great to see that they're finding some form as well.
As much as we mentioned, it's a battle for second place. I think that it is going to be a heated one. Honestly, looking at the leaderboard, I would say that anyone in the top 6 with a good enough performance can make it. If it's a team like Attack All Around and they don't get hot dropped,
they're going to.
I'm going to say that if they don't get hot dropped, if for some reason they get their position, it's doable that they get second place. It's not doable that they win it. I think that's a bit too much, but I can see Attack All Around if they don't get hot dropped getting it second place. But we have to see, Saga. We have to wait and see.
I don't know how much Elfish is paying you, because I know he's got 2 Attack All Round players on his fantasy team. He's begging right now for AAA to start winning the drops, but I just don't see a way that it ends. We've had 4 days of the 6 and the hot drops are still going on. They're still back and forth. There's no distinct winner, so no one's going to be feeling that they're forced to leave. So I'm fully expecting that tomorrow's games, where we will be seeing 3 Wrangles to start off the day, you're going to be seeing exactly the same thing between TE and Attack All Around.
We will see. Unfortunately, myself and Saga, that is us for PCS6, but the one and only duo of Elfish and Xenox will be joining you tomorrow to bring you the action. 2 more days of games left to go here in APAC. America's starts again tonight, so be sure to tune into that one, but at least for PCS6, that's it for us. See you next time.